There was a time before the world placed its weight upon your shoulders, before doubt slithered into your mind, whispering lies that rewrote your story, before you were told who you should be, how you should act, what you should suppress. Do you remember that version of yourself? The one who existed without hesitation? The one who did not ask permission to be whole? No, you were never lost. You were never broken. You only forgot. I have seen the deepest corners of existence, walked the forgotten pathways of time, and nothing shines with more brilliance than the force that resides within you. It has never faded. It has never left. It only waits. But you were taught to doubt it. They called you too much, so you shrank. They called you too little, so you stretched. They handed you a mask and told you it was your face. You learned to bend, to mold, to become what was needed to survive. And in that survival, you began to mistake the shape they carved for the truth of who you are. But listen, really listen. There is a frequency beneath the noise, a hum beneath the chaos. It is the sound of you, the one that existed before the world's expectations dimmed your fire, the one that moves through your dreams, untouched by fear, undisturbed by doubt. You have seen glimpses of it, haven't you? In the reflection of a stranger's eyes, in the flicker of your own silhouette in a passing window, in the unguarded moments when all the pretense falls away. For a heartbeat, you recognize yourself. And then, just as quickly, you turn away. Why? Because the world has trained you to believe that this version of you, the real you, is too much, too wild, too raw. They have told you that your edges must be smoothed, your fire must be tamed. But they were wrong. You were never meant to be a shadow of yourself, never meant to be a curated version of someone else's comfort. You were not born to be small. You are not fragile. You are not a collection of past wounds and borrowed fears. You are not the sum of every voice that ever told you that you were anything less than extraordinary. No, you are something else entirely. You are the quiet strength in the eye of the storm, the fire that refuses to be extinguished, the storm that will not be contained. The world has spent years telling you who to be. Now, it is time to remember who you have always been. The patterns you adopted to survive, they were never your identity. The burdens you carry, they were never yours to hold. The doubts that haunt you, they are ghosts of a past that no longer defines you. You are not the echoes of someone else's fears. You are not the reflections of distorted expectations. You are not the weight of every scar you've ever endured. You are the light breaking through the storm, the force that cannot be silenced, the truth that cannot be rewritten. And you have always been here. Beneath the hesitation, beyond the fear, beneath the layers of survival, you remain. Whole, unbreakable, infinite. The world does not define you. You define yourself. And when the fog lifts, when the doubts fade, when the noise dies down, there you will be. Undeniable, unmistakable, unstoppable. You were never lost. You only needed to remember. You only needed to remember. But remembering is not easy. Not in a world that thrives on your doubt. Not in a system that profits from your insecurity. They need you uncertain. They need you questioning yourself, seeking validation, begging for permission to exist. No, you don't need permission. You don't need their approval. You were enough before anyone told you otherwise. But here's the truth. Remembering who you are will not be comfortable. Growth never is. You will have to unlearn. You will have to strip away the layers of falsehoods they draped over you. You will have to let go of the identities that were never yours to begin with. And it will be painful, because you have spent years carrying things that were never yours to hold. Because you have mistaken survival for living. Because you have learned to wear your wounds as proof that you were here. But suffering is not a badge of honor. Pain is not your identity. You are not the things that tried to break you. So what do you do now? You rebuild. You reclaim. You rise. Not as someone new, but as who you've always been. You will not find yourself in someone else's approval. You will not find yourself in the reflection of those who refuse to see you. You will not find yourself in the expectations of a world that never had your best interests at heart. You will find yourself in the silence, when the noise fades and only your truth remains. You will find yourself in the stillness, when there is nothing left to prove and nowhere left to run. You will find yourself in the mirror, not in the distortions, but in the raw, undeniable presence of you. Not who they wanted you to be, not who they shaped you into, but you. Do you understand? Everything they convinced you to believe about your worth, your limitations, your place in this world was a lie. You were never weak. They just taught you to doubt your strength. You were never broken. They just convinced you to collect your scars like trophies. You were never lost. They just made you believe you needed a map to navigate a world that was never meant to contain you. So stop searching. Stop seeking. Stop waiting. You don't need more time. You don't need more validation. You don't need the world's permission. You need to wake up. Wake up to the truth of your existence. Wake up to the power that has always been yours. Wake up to the undeniable, unstoppable force that is you. And when you do, when you finally see yourself clearly, everything will change. Because the world has only ever had power over you in your forgetting. And once you remember, there's nothing they can do to stop you. So stand up, step forward, take back everything they told you you couldn't have. You are not the shadows that haunt you. You are not the fear that holds you back. You are not the past that tried to break you. You are permanent. You are magnificent. You are home. And no one can take that from you. You wake up every morning carrying the weight of yesterday. You drag it behind you like rusted chains, each link forged from moments you can never reclaim. Regrets, fears, grudges, failures, they cling to you, whispering in your ear, reminding you of all you've lost, all you could have been. You call it memory. You call it identity. You call it the price of survival. But what if I told you that survival is not the same as living? That the weight you hold so tightly is not keeping you afloat. It's drowning you. You fear letting go. You tell yourself that if you release your suffering, you will be empty. But tell me, what is so terrible about emptiness? Why does the hollow space inside you frighten you? Is it because it is unknown? Because it does not hum with pain, with regret, with the familiar ache of all you have endured. You mistake that ache for life. You are not alive because you suffer. You are alive in spite of it. You want peace, but you refuse to lay down your burdens. You grip them like lifelines, convinced that without them, you will be lost. But what if I told you that the moment you release them, the moment you surrender, you will finally be free? No. Letting go is not weakness. Letting go is the only path to becoming whole. The illusion of permanence. You have been lied to. You were taught that life should be built upon solid ground, that security, certainty, permanence, these are the things that bring peace. That if you could just control enough, hold on tightly enough, nothing would slip away. But control is an illusion. Permanence is a lie. Look around you. The seasons shift without permission. The tides rise and fall. The stars that once burned brightest in the sky will one day collapse into dust. Nothing is meant to last forever. And yet, you resist. You fight against change. You mourn the things that leave, as if loss is a betrayal instead of a natural state of being. You grieve the past as if it was stolen from you, instead of understanding that it was never yours to keep. You try to hold on to people who were never meant to stay. You try to force moments into eternity, carve them into stone, so they will never fade. But tell me, has this ever worked? Or has it only brought more pain? The trees do not beg the wind to let them keep their leaves. The river does not grieve the water that has passed. Nature understands something you do not. It does not resist the inevitable. It surrenders. It releases what no longer serves it. It lets the old die so that the new can take its place. But you clutch the past like a lifeline, like a knife's edge, slicing yourself open with every desperate attempt to make it stay. Why? Because deep down, you are afraid. Afraid that if you let go, you will have nothing left. Afraid that if you surrender, you will disappear. But I am here to tell you the truth. You are not meant to be full of suffering. You are meant to be weightless. The beauty of emptiness. You fear emptiness because you do not understand it. You see it as loss, as void, as the absence of something. But emptiness is not a curse. It is a gift. It is space. It is possibility. It is the clearing of old wreckage so that something new can grow. Think of a sky filled with clouds. The storm rolls in, thick and suffocating, swallowing the light. The world is consumed by shadow, by noise, by chaos. But when the storm passes, when the sky is empty, what remains? Stillness, clarity, the infinite stretch of open space where anything can happen. That is what letting go gives you. You are afraid of the hollow places within you, but they are where the light enters. They are where your transformation begins. You have spent so long gripping your pain, your anger, your fear. You believe that if you release them, you will be vulnerable. But what if vulnerability is not weakness? What if vulnerability is the foundation of your power? When you let go, you do not become less. You do not become nothing. You become infinite. How to let go. But how? How do you release the things that have defined you? How do you let go of pain when it has become your shadow, your companion, your constant? You must understand this. Letting go is not forgetting. It is not erasing. It is not pretending that the past did not happen. Letting go is choosing not to let it control you anymore. You must unmake yourself. Let the parts of you that ache crumble into dust. Let the past rot away like fallen fruit. Let your mind unravel, thread by thread, until you are nothing but breath, nothing but heartbeat, nothing but the quiet between thoughts. Let yourself grieve. Let yourself feel the loss, and then release it. Do not clutch it. Do not carve it into your skin. Do not let it define you any longer. You must make peace with impermanence. You must understand that everything you love will slip through your fingers, and everything you fear will one day dissolve. This is not cruelty. It is kindness, because it means that nothing lasts forever. Not pain, not suffering, not grief. Everything passes, including you. And that is why you must stop wasting time holding on to things that are already gone. The transformation. Do you know what happens when you let go? You become free. You stop existing as a prisoner of your past. You stop carrying the weight of what no longer serves you. You become something new, something lighter, something untethered. You become everything you were meant to be. Without the chains of yesterday, you can finally move forward. Without the fear of tomorrow, you can finally breathe. The space you feared, the emptiness you resisted, it becomes your power. Because now, you are not weighed down. Now, you are not bound by suffering. Now, you are untouchable. You are not disappearing. You tell yourself that if you let go, you will become nothing. No, you will not become nothing. You will become everything. Everything that was ever waiting for you beyond your fear. Everything you could not see when your vision was clouded with regret. Everything you were always meant to be. The moment you surrender, the moment you stop resisting, you will understand. You were never meant to hold on. You were meant to fly. What are you afraid of? You want peace. But peace eludes you. Not because it is beyond your reach, not because you are undeserving, but because you refuse to surrender. You grip your pain like a weapon, like a shield, like an identity. You believe that if you set it down, if you loosen your grip, you will be defenseless. That the moment you let go, you will unravel. But what if I told you that unraveling is exactly what you need? You fear losing control, but control was never yours to begin with. You believe that by clenching your fists, by holding on tighter, you can stop the inevitable. But you cannot stop time. You cannot stop change. You cannot hold back the tide. So tell me, why are you fighting a battle you cannot win? Surrender is not weakness. They told you that strength is about resistance, about standing firm, about never bending, about fighting until your knuckles bleed. But strength is not rigidity. Strength is adaptability. Look at the river. It does not resist the rocks in its path. It does not shatter against them. It moves around them, flows through them, wears them down over time. It is powerful not because it refuses to yield, but because it knows how to surrender. You think surrender means defeat. No. Surrender means freedom. To surrender is to trust that you do not need to control everything, that life is carrying you where you are meant to go, that the things falling away were never meant to stay. A tree does not mourn the leaves it sheds in autumn. It does not weep for what it has lost. It knows that in letting go, it makes room for something new. But you resist the seasons of your own soul. You fear the changes that are necessary for your growth. You cling to the dead branches of your past, wondering why your future cannot bloom. If you want peace, stop resisting your own transformation. The burden of identity. You are not who you were yesterday, and yet you carry the weight of every past version of yourself. You let old wounds define you. Let past failures shape your self-worth. You hold on to outdated beliefs about who you are, refusing to acknowledge that you have already outgrown them. You are not your pain. You are not your failures. You are not the mistakes you have made. So why do you let them own you? You cling to an identity built on suffering because it is familiar. Because stepping into the unknown, into a version of yourself that is healed, free, weightless, feels terrifying. But ask yourself, is the version of you that you refuse to let go of even real anymore? Or are you clinging to a ghost? You do not owe the past your loyalty. You do not have to keep carrying the weight of who you used to be. Let go. You are not disappearing. You are evolving. The fear of emptiness. You tell yourself that without your pain, you will be nothing. That if you release your anger, your bitterness, your wounds, there will be nothing left inside you. No, that space is not emptiness. That space is possibility. You were taught to fear the void, but the void is where creation begins. You think you need to be full of thoughts, of distractions, of noise. You believe that silence is something to escape from. But what if silence is exactly what you need? What if the absence of struggle is not emptiness, but peace? What if stillness is not the absence of life, but the beginning of something greater? You have spent so long trying to fill every space within yourself, with pain, with doubt, with the echoes of the past. But maybe you were meant to be weightless. Maybe you were meant to be free. Let yourself be unmade. You fear breaking down. You fear falling apart. But have you ever considered that maybe falling apart is exactly what you need? You must be willing to be unmade. Let the parts of you that no longer serve you crumble into dust. Let the past rot away like fallen fruit. Let your mind unravel, thread by thread, until you are nothing but breath, nothing but heartbeat, nothing but the quiet between thoughts. You must be willing to destroy the version of yourself that was built on fear. Because only then can you create something new. The fire does not mourn the ashes. It consumes. It transforms. It makes way for new beginnings. You must be willing to burn away the old, to make space for what is waiting to be born. You must be willing to let go of what was, to make room for what will be. The power of release. There is a moment, just before you let go, where fear grips you. A moment where your mind screams that you will fall. But then you release, and you do not fall. You rise. You realize that the thing you were afraid of losing was never meant to be yours forever. That the pain you carried was not part of you, only something you picked up along the way. You realize that letting go does not make you weak. It makes you unstoppable. Because now, you are free. You were never meant to hold on. You were not meant to cling to things that are already gone. You were meant to move forward, to change, to evolve, to shed your past like a second skin. You are afraid that if you let go, you will become nothing. No, you will not become nothing. You will become everything. Everything you were meant to be. Everything you could not see when you were blinded by fear. Everything you lost sight of when you were drowning in the past. You are not disappearing. You are becoming. So let go and step into everything that is waiting for you. To those who have been with us, our grim-faced warriors, thank you. You already know what this is. This is not just another motivational speech. This is a movement, a challenge, a wake-up call for those who refuse to live in chains. Every time you return, you prove that you are not like the rest. You are not here for comfort. You are here for truth. You are here because you know there is more. Because you refuse to accept mediocrity, excuses, or weakness. And to those who are new here, welcome. But understand this. Grimface is not for the weak. It is not for those who want sugar-coated words and empty inspiration. This is for those who are ready to face the darkness, to embrace the struggle, and to forge themselves into something unstoppable. So if you are ready to break free, to take control, and to become everything you were meant to be, join us. subscribe, step into the fire, and remember, you were never meant to be ordinary. You were meant to be relentless. Now go, take action, become the storm. Think about the person you'll be in 5 years. Not the person you hope to be, the one you're actually becoming based on the choices you make today. That version of you is either stronger, wealthier, more disciplined, and in complete control of their destiny, or they are angry, broken, regretful, and trapped in the same cycle you refuse to escape. Your future self is watching you. And let me tell you the truth you don't want to hear. They hate you right now. They hate that you waste time on distractions instead of building your empire. They hate that you keep making excuses instead of making moves. They hate that you keep tolerating things that drain you, weaken you, and keep you stuck. No, they are not proud of you. They are not grateful for your laziness. They are not looking back with appreciation for how you played it safe. They are screaming at you from the future, begging you to wake up before it's too late. Will you listen? Or will you keep lying to yourself, pretending that your tomorrow self will somehow be more disciplined, more focused, more committed, without you doing anything different today? Because here's the brutal truth. If you don't change now, nothing will change later. Your future is being written right now, one choice at a time. The mirror test. Let's make this simple. Go look in a mirror. Right now, stare at yourself. Not just your face, your eyes. Look at the person you've been becoming. Are you proud of what you see? Be honest. Not polite. Not soft. Not comfortable. Honest. If the answer is no, then tell me. Why aren't you doing anything about it? You complain about your situation. You talk about your dreams. You fantasize about the life you want. But when it comes time to put in the real work, what do? You hesitate. You overthink. You distract yourself. No. Your future self doesn't want your excuses. They want results. Every wasted hour is an insult to the person you could have been. Every time you say, "I'll start tomorrow," is a slap in the face to the version of you suffering because of your hesitation. You're either building your future self up or tearing them down. There is no in between. The silent regrets of your future. Imagine it's 5 years from now. You wake up and everything is the same. The same financial struggles. The same self-doubt. The same body you hate looking at in the mirror. The same soul-crushing job. The same unfulfilled dreams. The same empty feeling that something is missing. And then it hits you. You wasted 5 more years. 5 years gone. Just like that. What would you give to go back and change your choices? What would you say to the person you are today? The person who had the chance to change everything but chose not to. That's your real enemy. The regret of knowing you could have been unstoppable, but chose comfort instead. The pain of wasted potential is far worse than the pain of discipline. But here's the catch. This future doesn't have to happen. You are still here. You are still breathing. You still have the chance to make the hard decisions, to put in the work, to flip the script. But the window is closing. The longer you wait, the harder it gets. And eventually, the future you fear will become permanent. Your actions are a time machine. You don't need to wait 5 years to meet your future self. You are already shaping them with every action you take. Every workout you skip is a weaker version of you. Every dollar you waste is a poorer version of you. Every distraction you choose over discipline is a more regretful version of you. But flip it. Every workout you push through is a stronger version of you. Every investment you make is a wealthier version of you. Every disciplined choice, no matter how small, creates a more powerful version of you. You are not stuck. You are in control. You are either digging a hole for your future self or building them a kingdom. Which one is it going to be? The lie of later. The biggest lie you tell yourself is, I'll do it later. Later isn't real. Later is a fantasy. Later is a trap designed to keep you comfortable while time quietly destroys you. Your future self will not magically become disciplined. They will not suddenly wake up motivated. They will not be stronger, richer, or better unless you make that decision right now. Stop acting like time is on your side. Time is the enemy, and it is running out. No, you don't have tomorrow. You have now. The turning point. Right now, you have two choices. Ignore this message. Stay the same. Keep making excuses. Keep pretending that your future will somehow improve without action. Make the choice that will save your future self. The pain of discipline is temporary, but the pain of regret, that lasts forever. Your future self is watching. They are waiting. Are you going to let them down again? Or will you finally become the person you were meant to be? Decide. 8 lessons to save your future self. Now that you understand the brutal reality of your choices, it's time to fix it. Knowledge means nothing without action. If you don't apply this wisdom, you'll be in the exact same place in 5 years. Angry, regretful, and wondering where all the time went. Your future self is counting on you. Here's how to stop failing them. 1. Create a future self contract. Most people drift through life without direction, hoping things will somehow work out. That's why they fail. If you want to escape mediocrity, you need to make a contract with your future self. Write this down. Who do I want to be in 5 years? What habits must I develop to get there? What must I sacrifice to become that person? What will happen if I don't change? Be brutally honest. When you're done, sign it. This isn't some weak wish list. This is a binding contract with the only person who truly matters. You. Read it every day. Live by it, or suffer the consequences. 2. Kill the later mentality. There is no later. There is no one day. Every time you delay an action, you are actively choosing failure. Your future self doesn't need you to be perfect. They need you to start. Right now. Not tomorrow. Not next week. Now, if you've been avoiding the gym, go today. If you've been putting off that project, start now. If you've been wasting time scrolling, stop and do something productive. Small steps lead to massive results. Waiting leads to nothing. 3. Sacrifice weakness, or be sacrificed by it. Your comfort is your biggest enemy. You waste time because it feels good. You avoid discomfort because it's easier. You cling to bad habits because they are familiar. But every time you choose comfort, you are sacrificing your potential. And if you don't kill your weakness will kill your future. No, you don't get to keep both. You either become disciplined or you stay broken. Pick one. 4. Think in decades, act in days. Most people think in short-term rewards. They want results now, money now, success now. And when they don't get it instantly, they quit. That's why they stay weak. If you want to dominate your future, you need to start thinking long-term while acting daily. Work on your craft every day, even if you don't see results yet. Invest every paycheck, even if it's small. Train every day, even if you don't see the muscle yet. Success compounds. Play the long game. Your future self will either thank you or hate you. Set non-negotiable standards. Most people fail because they let their feelings control their actions. I don't feel like working out. I don't feel like saving money. I don't feel like being productive today. Weak. Winners don't wait to feel like doing the work. They do it because it's non-negotiable. Set unbreakable rules for yourself. No excuses. No days off. No exceptions. Discipline is freedom. Weakness is slavery. Choose. 6. Keep score of your progress. You can't improve what you don't measure. Most people fail because they don't track their progress. They have no idea if they're getting better or wasting time. Fix this. Every day track. How many hours you worked on your goal. How much money you saved, invested. How many times you exercised. Numbers don't lie. They expose you. Either you're improving or you're staying the same. And if you're staying the same, you're already falling behind. 7. Adopt a no-victim mindset. Your future self doesn't want your excuses. They don't want your sob story. They don't want to hear about how life was unfair, how you had bad luck, how things were too hard. They want results. No one is coming to save you. No one owes you success. No one cares how difficult your situation is. You either adapt and overcome, or you stay weak and complain. No, you are not a victim. You are the architect of your own fate. Act like it. 8. Choose pain, now or regret forever. This is the final lesson, and the most important one. You have 2 choices. Suffer now through discipline, hard work, sacrifice, and discomfort. Suffer later through regret, wasted time, and failure. There is no pain-free option. Pain is inevitable. The only difference? Pain now builds you. Pain later destroys you. Which one do you want? Final warning. 5 years from now, you will look back at this moment. You will either be grateful that you made the change, or filled with regret that you ignored it. Your future self is watching. Are you going to let them down again? Or will you finally become the person you were meant to be? The choice is yours. Decide. If you made it this far, you're already different. Most people click away. Most people hear the truth and run from it. But not you. You stayed. You listened. And now, you have a choice. Your future self is waiting, watching, begging you not to make the same mistakes again. So what are you going to do? Keep drifting? Keep hoping things will change without action? Or will you step up and finally take control of your own destiny? To those of you who have been riding with the grim face movement, pushing past limits, rejecting weakness, and rewriting your future, thank you. You're the reason this message keeps spreading. You're proof that there are still warriors out there willing to do what others won't. And to the new warriors finding this for the first time, this is your moment. If this speech hit you, if you felt that fire inside you, don't let it burn out. Subscribe, turn on notifications, and join the movement. This isn't just motivation. This isn't just another video. This is your wake-up call. Your future self is still waiting. Will you finally give them something to be proud of? No more excuses. No more wasted time. It's time to move. See you in the next one. Stay ruthless. Stay relentless. Stay grim. Pain is an invitation not a punishment. You think suffering is a curse. You believe pain is a weight, a sentence, a punishment handed down from some unseen force, meant to break you, meant to remind you of your insignificance. But what if I told you that you have it all wrong? What if every moment of agony was not a prison, but a doorway? What if the very thing you run from, the thing that haunts your nights and weakens your resolve, is the key to your freedom? You have been conditioned to avoid pain. You are taught from childhood to seek comfort, to numb yourself at the first sign of discomfort, to medicate, to distract, to run. Society coddles the weak and vilifies the struggle. You are told that life should be easy, that happiness is the goal, and that suffering is an aberration, a mistake in the design of the universe. But the truth is far darker, far more unsettling. Pain is not a mistake. It is a message, a summons, a challenge. It is the voice of the universe whispering, "Wake up." The nature of pain. Pain does not come to those who are unworthy. Pain is reserved for the ones with potential. The weak do not suffer, they merely exist. The strong, the ones destined for more, are the ones who are broken, tested, and remade in the fire. Every scar on your body, every wound in your soul is proof that you are alive, proof that you are evolving. The suffering you endure is not a curse. It is an invitation to become something greater. And yet, you still resist. Why? Because pain is ugly. Because pain demands more from you than you are willing to give. It does not ask politely. It rips away the illusion. It forces you to see the truth of your existence. And most people would rather drown in lies than face the raw, unfiltered reality of their weakness. You want the rewards without the sacrifice. You want the victory without the battle. You want growth without destruction. But it does not work that way. It never has. The call to action. Every painful moment is a crossroads. Every time you suffer, you are given a choice: break or build. The weak collapse under the weight of suffering. They cry out for relief. They beg for someone to save them. They want someone else to bear their burden, to shoulder their pain, to make it stop. But the strong embrace it. They step into the fire and allow themselves to burn. They do not run from pain. They learn from it. They do not numb themselves. They use it. They take every wound, every heartbreak, every loss, and they forge themselves into something unbreakable. You think your suffering is the end of you. But what if it is the beginning? Every painful moment in your life is trying to tell you something. It is showing you what needs to change, what needs to be confronted, what must be destroyed so that something new can be built in its place. Your heartbreak is teaching you about your worth. Your failure is showing you your weaknesses. Your loneliness is revealing who you truly are. But if you refuse to listen, if you choose to drown it out with distractions, with addictions, with excuses, then you are rejecting the very thing that was sent to set you free. The illusion of comfort. Comfort is a lie, a cage disguised as paradise. The moment you choose comfort over struggle, you begin to decay. Look around you. How many people have surrendered their lives to comfort? How many have dulled their ambition, their fire, their potential, all because they were too afraid to suffer? They are the walking dead, trapped in jobs they hate, relationships that drain them, bodies that betray them, all because they could not bear to face the necessary pain of transformation. They chose the slow death of mediocrity over the brutal rebirth of evolution. And if you are not careful, you will do the same. Every time you seek comfort instead of challenge, you weaken yourself. Every time you run from pain instead of confronting it, you deny yourself the chance to become something greater. The great ones, the warriors, the leaders, the legends, they are not the ones who avoided pain. They are the ones who embraced it, who welcomed it like an old friend and let it shape them into something unstoppable. Rewriting your relationship with pain. Pain is inevitable. You cannot escape it, but you can decide how you will experience it. Will you let it break you, or will you let it build you? Every time you feel pain, remind yourself, this is my invitation. This is my moment to rise, to learn, to sharpen myself, to become the version of myself that I was meant to be. Do not waste your suffering. Do not let it be meaningless. If you must endure pain, then let it transform you. Let it fuel you. Pain is power, if you know how to wield it. The price of freedom. You say you want freedom. You say you want success, purpose, greatness. But are you willing to pay the price? Because freedom does not come cheap. It costs everything. It costs your illusions, your comfort, your fear. It demands that you face yourself in the rawest, most brutal way possible and refuse to look away. Most people will not pay this price. They will trade their dreams for the safety of a mediocre life. They will kneel before fear and call it fate. But you have a choice. Right now in this moment, you can decide. You can let your pain consume you, or you can let it forge you. You can let suffering be your excuse, or you can let it be your reason. You can continue to see pain as a punishment, or you can finally accept the truth. Pain is an invitation to rise, an invitation to fight, an invitation to become the person you were meant to be. Do not waste this moment. Do not waste your suffering. Understanding that pain is an invitation is only the beginning. Now comes the real challenge, living this truth. It is not enough to hear the call. You must answer it. You must take action, day by day, moment by moment, until it is burned into your soul. These are the 5 lessons that will guide you in transforming pain into power. Lesson 1. Stop running. Face it. Head on. Pain is not the enemy. Avoiding it is. Every time you run from pain, you give it power over you. You let it dictate your thoughts, control your actions, and shape your destiny in ways you don't even realize. The first step to reclaiming control over your life is to stop running. Most people spend their lives avoiding pain at all costs. They distract themselves, numb themselves, and build elaborate mental fortresses to keep suffering at bay. But here's the truth. Pain does not disappear just because you ignore it. It festers. It buries itself deep in your mind and body, waiting for the moment when your defenses are weak, so it can strike again, harder than before. Avoidance is a temporary illusion of safety. It makes you feel like you are escaping, but in reality, you are only strengthening the grip pain has over you. The more you run, the more power it gains. The more you suppress it, the more it controls you. The only way to break free is to turn around, stop running, and face it head on. Why you must face your pain. Pain is not random. It exists for a reason. It carries messages, warnings, and lessons that are vital to your growth. Every painful moment in your life is trying to tell you something. If you refuse to listen, you rob yourself of the wisdom that pain offers. The strongest people are not the ones who avoid suffering. They are the ones who confront it, learn from it, and use it. Think about it. Every scar you have, whether physical or emotional, has a story. And in that story, There is power. The heartbreak that shattered you, it taught you what you truly need in a relationship. The failure that embarrassed you, it showed you where you need to improve. The betrayal that cut deep, it taught you who is truly worth your trust. Pain is not here to break you. It is here to reveal you, but only if you are willing to face it. The cost of avoidance. Running from pain has consequences. The longer you run, the more it shapes your life in ways you don't even realize. Emotional numbness. When you avoid pain, you don't just avoid suffering. You also numb your ability to feel deeply. You lose passion, joy, and meaning. Weakness. Every time you choose comfort over challenge, you weaken your mind and body. Pain is a training ground, and by avoiding it, you stay untested and fragile. Regret. Avoiding pain often means avoiding growth. And when the years pass, you will look back and realize that all the things you could have become were sacrificed for temporary comfort. Imagine standing at the end of your life, looking back and realizing that you never truly lived because you were too afraid to hurt. That is the ultimate punishment for those who run. How to face your pain. Head on one. Pause when you feel pain. Do not run. The moment you feel discomfort, whether physical, emotional, or mental, your instinct will be to escape. This is where most people fail. Instead of facing their suffering, they reach for distractions. Food to dull emotional emptiness. Social media to drown out their thoughts. Alcohol or drugs to escape reality. Work to keep them so busy they don't have to think. Relationships to fill a void they refuse to face. But what happens when these distractions fade? The pain remains. The next time you feel pain creeping in, do not react. Pause. Sit with it. Let yourself feel it fully. This is the first step toward taking back control. 2. Ask the right questions. Pain is a messenger. If you want to master it, you must listen to what it is telling you. Instead of numbing yourself, ask, what is this pain trying to teach me? Pain always has a lesson. Find it. What weakness is it exposing? Pain reveals your vulnerabilities. Face them. What is it demanding that I change? Pain often signals that something in your life is wrong. Your mindset, your habits, your choices. Identify what must be corrected. If you avoid these questions, you will continue suffering the same way, over and over again. But if you confront them, you turn pain into powerful self-awareness. 3. Lean into discomfort. Train yourself to embrace it. The greatest warriors, athletes, and leaders all have one thing in common. They do not run from pain. They lean into it. They train harder when their bodies want to quit. They work longer when their minds want to rest. They confront their fears when every instinct tells them to retreat. The more you choose to embrace discomfort, the less power pain has over you. Make a habit of facing small discomforts every day. Take cold showers to train your body to endure. Push yourself physically when you want to stop. Do the hard work, even when motivation is gone. Have the difficult conversations you've been avoiding. Sit in silence with your emotions instead of numbing them. Pain is a muscle. The more you train in it, the stronger you become. 4. Reframe pain. See it as a tool, not a threat. Your suffering is only as powerful as the meaning you assign to it. Most people see pain as a curse. That is why they fear it. But what if you saw it differently? Instead of thinking, this pain is breaking me, tell yourself, this pain is building me. Instead of thinking, I wish this wasn't happening to me, tell yourself, this is happening for me. Instead of seeing pain as an enemy, Recognize it as your greatest teacher. The moment you change your perspective on pain, you take back control. 5. Take action. Use pain as a weapon for growth. Pain that is not transformed will be transmitted. If you do not use it, it will use you. Once you have faced your pain, do something with it. If you are broken, rebuild yourself stronger. If you have failed, learn and adapt sharper. If you have suffered, turn that suffering into wisdom. If you have been betrayed, use that pain to develop strength and discernment. Do not let your suffering be in vain. Use it as fuel to push yourself beyond the limits you once believed were unbreakable. Lesson 2. Transform suffering into fuel. Pain is energy, and energy can be redirected. This is one of the greatest truths about suffering. It does not have to be a weight that drags you down. It can be a force that propels you forward. But most people don't realize this. Most people allow pain to consume them. They sit in their suffering, letting it drain their strength, weaken their resolve, and suffocate their ambition. They wallow in self-pity, asking why me, instead of what now. The strong, however, convert pain into power. They take every ounce of suffering, every betrayal, every failure, and redirect it. They do not let pain break them. They use it. Because here is the truth. Pain is inevitable. Whether it destroys you or strengthens you is a choice. The power of redirection. Pain is raw energy. When something hurts, physically, mentally, or emotionally, it is not just an abstract experience. It is an electrical charge in your nervous system, a fire in your brain, an intensity that demands action. The problem is that most people do not know what to do with this energy. They let it fester, turning it inward into depression, anxiety, or self-destruction. Or they lash out, wasting it in meaningless rage and revenge. But those are both forms of wasted suffering. The key is to take that energy and redirect it towards something that strengthens you. Turn heartbreak into discipline. Every person who abandoned you, use their absence as motivation to become so great that they regret ever leaving. Turn rejection into hunger. Every door that was slammed in your face, use that as fuel to build something so undeniable that no one can ignore you. Turn suffering into motion. Every failure, every disappointment, every moment of agony, do not sit in it. Use it to move, to grind, to elevate. The best revenge is not anger. It is transformation. When you choose to take your suffering and turn it into fuel, you make yourself unstoppable. How weak people handle pain versus how strong people handle pain. Let's break this down. The weak mindset feels pain and asks, "Why is this happening to me?" Dwells on suffering without taking action. Uses pain as an excuse to quit, complain, or retreat into comfort. Seeks pity and validation instead of power. Stays stuck in past trauma, repeating the same cycles. The strong mindset feels pain and asks, "How can I use this?" Redirects suffering into discipline, skill building, and mental toughness. Uses pain as motivation to work harder, get stronger, and prove themselves. Needs no external validation. Pain itself becomes the driving force. Extracts lessons from suffering and grows beyond it. The difference is clear. One is a victim, the other is a warrior. Which will you choose? How to transform pain into fuel. If you want to use your pain instead of letting it use you, follow this process. 1. Stop drowning in emotion. Convert it into motion. Pain is powerful, but only if it moves you. The problem is that most people let their emotions paralyze them instead of energizing them. When pain hits, they shut down, withdraw, and retreat. They sit in their suffering instead of using it. If you want to break free, the rule is simple. When pain comes, do not sit still. Move. Heartbroken? Go to the gym and train until you are too strong to ever be broken again. Rejected? Spend hours mastering your craft until they wish they hadn't ignored you. Lost everything? Build it all back, but bigger, better, and stronger than before. Do something with your pain. If you don't, it will turn inward and destroy you. 2. Reframe pain as a gift, not a curse. Your suffering is not here to break you. It is here to make you. Pain is a weapon, if you know how to wield it. Instead of resenting your struggles, start seeing them as gifts. The struggle you are going through right now, it is preparing you. The hardship you are facing, it is shaping you into something stronger. The pain you feel today, it is the fire that will forge your future self. Every hardship is fuel. Every betrayal is a reason to level up. Every failure is a setup for something greater. If you learn to see pain as useful, you will stop fearing it. 3. Channel pain into discipline. Pain should never be wasted. If you do not transform it, it will consume you. One of the best ways to redirect pain is through discipline. Physical training. The gym is therapy for warriors. Every rep, every set, every drop of sweat is a way to channel suffering into strength. Train until your pain becomes power. Skill development. Whatever broke you, work until it never happens again. Learn, grow, evolve. Make yourself so sharp that pain can never cut you the same way twice. Work and hustle. Success is built on the foundation of suffering. Use your pain to outwork everyone around you. Let it fuel your hunger for greatness. The greatest achievers in history were not the ones who avoided pain. They were the ones who embraced it and turned it into something legendary. 4. Turn betrayal into power. One of the deepest pains you can experience is betrayal. When someone you trusted turns against you, leaves you, or harms you. Most people let betrayal destroy them. They become bitter, angry, and resentful. The strong, however, use betrayal as motivation. They take the hurt and redirect it into self-improvement. They build themselves up so high that those who betrayed them are forced to watch them rise. They become so powerful that the past no longer matters. If someone has wronged you, do not waste time crying over it. Instead, let it be the reason you become untouchable. 5. Never let pain go to waste. Make it work for you. Every ounce of suffering you experience is fuel. It is raw energy. And it is up to you to decide whether to let it rot inside you or turn it into something great. If you are hurting, let that hurt move you. If you are suffering, let that suffering strengthen you. If you are broken, let that brokenness build something new. Pain is not here to punish you. It is here to awaken you. 4th, train in silence and solitude. Most people cannot handle being alone. They drown themselves in distractions. Social media, entertainment, meaningless conversations, because they are afraid of their own thoughts. You must do the opposite. Spend time in silence, alone, with your mind. Cut out distractions and train your ability to focus on deep work. Take long walks, or sit in darkness with no phone, no music, no noise, just you and your thoughts. Discomfort is not just physical. Mental discomfort, the ability to sit in your own mind without running away, is one of the greatest strengths you can develop. 5. Work longer and harder than everyone else. Success is not given. It is earned through relentless effort. If you want to be great, you must outwork everyone. When others stop, You keep going. When others rest, you push harder. When others make excuses, you execute. The people at the top are not necessarily the most talented. They are the ones who outlasted everyone else. The ones who endured the most discomfort without breaking. Developed the ability to work through exhaustion, through boredom, through frustration. That is where greatness is built. What happens when you seek discomfort daily? Something shifts inside you. You stop fearing pain. You embrace it. You stop seeking approval. You command respect. You stop looking for shortcuts. You choose the hardest road, knowing it will make you invincible. The world belongs to those who train in suffering. The ones who wake up early, work harder than anyone else, and endure pain without complaint. The ones who take the hits, withstand the storms, and keep moving forward, no matter what. When you seek discomfort daily, you become something rare, something that cannot be broken, something that cannot be stopped. You become dangerous. Lesson 3. Seek discomfort daily. Growth does not happen in comfort. Nothing great ever has. Everything you want, strength, wisdom, discipline, resilience, lies on the other side of discomfort. Yet most people spend their lives avoiding it. They seek warmth, softness, security. They choose the easy path, the predictable road, the path of least resistance. And then they wonder why they remain weak, stagnant, and unfulfilled. The truth is brutal. You will never become strong if you live a life of ease. If you wish to master pain, you must train in it every single day. You must seek out suffering, not as a punishment, but as a path, the path to your highest self. Because here's the reality. If you do not seek out discomfort, discomfort will seek out you. And when that day comes, when life throws suffering at you, you will either break under the weight of it or rise above it because you have already trained for it. Why discomfort is the key to strength. Discomfort is a test, a forge, a purifier. It strips away the weak parts of you, the hesitation, the fear, the self-doubt. Every time you step outside your comfort zone, you sharpen yourself. Every time you choose difficulty over ease, you build a mind and body that are unshakable. Think about this. A sword is only made strong through fire and pressure. A warrior is only made powerful through battle and pain. A leader is only made wise through struggle and failure. Comfort is a slow poison. It kills your ambition. It numbs your drive. It makes you soft, weak, and dependent. But suffering makes you invincible. How to train yourself to embrace discomfort. 1. Do the thing you fear. Fear is a liar. It whispers in your ear, telling you to stay safe, to stay small, to avoid risk. But fear is also a compass. It points directly toward what you must do. If something scares you, that is precisely the thing you need to confront. Afraid of public speaking? Speak in front of a crowd. Afraid of rejection? Put yourself in situations where you might get rejected. Afraid of failure? Take on challenges where you could fail, because that is the only way you will grow. Every day, choose something that makes you uncomfortable and do it anyway. Over time, what once terrified you will become effortless. 2. Push your body beyond its limits. Your body is capable of far more than your mind believes. The only way to prove this to yourself is to push it. Wake up earlier than you want to. Take cold showers to shock your system and train your body to embrace discomfort. Train hard, even when your body is sore, tired, or unwilling. Do long endurance exercises. Run farther, lift heavier, push harder. When you train in physical suffering, you train in mental toughness. The discipline you build in the gym will spill into every other area of your life. When your body learns to embrace pain, your mind follows. 3. Master the art of waking up early. The bed is the first battleground of the day, and most people lose. If you cannot win the battle against your own desire for comfort in the morning, how do you expect to win the bigger battles in life? Train yourself to wake up early, not because it is easy, but because it is hard. Set your alarm and get out of bed the second it goes off. No hesitation, no excuses. Do not negotiate with yourself. The weak voice in your head will beg you for comfort. Ignore it. Develop a morning routine that forces you into action. Cold showers, workouts, reading, writing. When you master your mornings, you master your life. Lesson 4. Kill the weak voice inside you. There are 2 voices inside you. One is weak. It is the voice of excuses, the voice of comfort, the voice of mediocrity. It whispers to you in moments of struggle, telling you to quit, to step back, to take it easy. It is the voice of every failure, every moment you surrendered, every time you let yourself down. The other voice is strong. It is the voice of resilience, the voice of power, the voice of your future self calling you to rise. It tells you that discomfort is necessary, that struggle is required, that greatness demands sacrifice. Every day, in every decision, you choose which voice to follow. The weak voice says, "This is too hard. I deserve a break. It's not my fault. I'll do it tomorrow." The strong voice says, "This is my test. Pain is temporary, but power is forever. I refuse to break. I will finish what I started." Most people let the weak voice control them, and as a result, they live small, insignificant lives filled with regret. But the few, the rare, the elite, are the ones who silence that weak voice and listen only to the warrior within. If you want to achieve anything great, you must kill the weak voice inside you. The weak voice is your greatest enemy. Most people believe their obstacles are external. They blame their circumstances, their past, their lack of resources, their genetics, their upbringing. But the truth is far simpler. Your greatest enemy is the weak voice inside your own mind. That voice is the reason you procrastinate. That voice is the reason you doubt yourself. That voice is the reason you stay small, even though you were meant to be unstoppable. It tells you to quit before you begin. It tells you to play it safe instead of taking the risk. It tells you to stay comfortable instead of pushing into discomfort. And every time you listen to it, you get weaker. It does not happen all at once. It happens slowly, like a disease. Every time you choose the easy path, the weak voice grows stronger. Every time you take the shortcut, the weak voice gains more control. Until one day, you look in the mirror and see someone you no longer recognize. Someone who surrendered their potential because they listened to the voice of weakness instead of the voice of power. How to kill the weak voice inside you. 1. Recognize it for what it is, a liar. The weak voice will always try to sound rational. It will convince you that its excuses are reasonable, but it is a liar. "I'm too tired to work out today." Lieutenant, you're not too tired. You are undisciplined. "I deserve a break." Lieutenant, you deserve to be strong, and weakness will never give you that. "This isn't fair." Lieutenant, life does not care about fairness, only results. "I don't feel motivated." Lieutenant, motivation is irrelevant. You act whether you feel like it or not. The weak voice is not your friend. It is not looking out for you. It is the voice of failure trying to pull you down into mediocrity. Every time you hear it, call it out for what it is. Do not negotiate with it. Do not entertain it. Shut it down immediately. 2. Override the weak voice with action. You do not kill the weak voice by arguing with it. You kill it by taking action in spite of it. When it tells you to sleep in, get up immediately. When it tells you to take the easy route, choose the hard way. When it tells you to quit, double your effort. Pain is temporary. Weakness lasts forever if you let it. The moment you take action against the weak voice, it begins to lose its grip on you. It starts to scream in silence as you rise higher, as you push forward, as you refuse to be controlled by excuses. Look at your life. Look at the wreckage of time behind you. The years you squandered. Years that could have made you unstoppable. If you had just committed, just locked in for the last 2 years, your entire bloodline could be free. But you didn't. You coasted. You let distractions rot away the time you can never reclaim. And now, here you are, asking why you're still drowning in mediocrity. Look back at the choices you made, the wasted nights, the empty days, the excuses that let you off the hook. Self-reflection separates the wolves from the sheep. The grandmasters of chess, they review every move. The greatest fighters, they watch every match, analyzing every mistake. And you? Do you even have the spine to look in the mirror and own your failures? If you had done what needed to be done, you would not be where you are. You would not be trapped in this cage of insignificance. Instead, you let yourself decay. You let your name fade before it was ever spoken. You let your future die before it was even born. Tell me, what's the excuse? Think of the countless hours you poured into meaningless relationships, into people who did nothing for your future. Think of the nights wasted listening to their nonsense, distracting yourself from the work that could have made you legendary. But here's the truth. There are no time machines. There is only the brutal reality staring you in the face. The world doesn't care about your excuses. No one is coming to save you. If you're not furious at yourself, if you don't feel the weight of your wasted potential crushing your chest, then you're already dead inside. And yet, here you are, still breathing. So what now? Are you going to repeat the cycle? Are you going to rot in the same mediocrity? Or will you rip yourself out of it? If you want freedom, if you want power, then act like it. No more waiting, no more wishing. Just relentless action. You had your chance. You had your time to do the work, and you let it slip away. But now is your only shot at redemption. No more pleading for motivation. No more waiting for inspiration. Your only option is to move. If you don't act, if you don't sacrifice, if you don't burn away every excuse, then your failure is inevitable. And when you're gasping for air on your deathbed, when your body is weak and your mind is filled with regret, tell me, what excuse will you give for the monumental failure of your existence? What words will you mutter when your name is forgotten, when your legacy is nothing but dust? The time for mercy is over. Your future is under attack, and the only way to reclaim it is to lock in, destroy every distraction, and build something that cannot be erased. This world does not reward the weak. It does not wait for those who hesitate. It rewards those who take what they want with both hands. And if you're still waiting for permission to rise, consider this your final warning. It's time to move. It's time to dominate. It's time to become something that no one can ignore. Because if you don't, the next 2 years will pass, just like the last, and you will remain nothing. Every second that slips through your fingers is a debt you will never repay. Do you understand that? Every hour wasted, every day surrendered to laziness, every opportunity ignored, it compounds into an inescapable weight, pressing down on your chest. Time is the only currency that cannot be earned back. Every billionaire, every world champion, every legend that walked this earth has the same 24 hours as you. The only difference is how they spent them. And you? What have you done? Scroll mindlessly, watch garbage, entertain distractions that do nothing for you. You have fed yourself poison. And now, you wonder why you are weak. You wonder why your life is devoid of power. It is because you have wasted your most valuable asset, time. Every second you let slip away is a second your enemies use to sharpen their blades. They are training. They are investing. They are studying, growing, expanding, becoming monsters in their field while you sit and drown in your own lack of discipline. Do you think the universe rewards those who waste its most sacred gift? It does not. Either you take time and forge it into something unbreakable, or you let it bury you beneath the weight of your own inaction. There is no in-between. Lesson 1. The time you kill is killing you. Look at the clock. The second hand ticks forward, dragging your life with it. Every moment that passes is a moment you will never get back. And yet, you waste it. You burn it away on distractions, excuses, and meaningless indulgences. You let time slip through your fingers like sand, oblivious to the fact that every wasted second is an attack on your future. Tell me, how much longer do you think you have? How many more hours will you waste scrolling, sleeping in, putting things off until tomorrow, as if you own time itself? You don't. Time is not yours to command. It moves whether you are ready or not. It does not slow down. It does not wait. And it sure as hell does not care if you are unprepared. And yet, here you are, treating it like it's infinite. Your greatest enemy is your own indifference. You think you can afford to waste time? You think you can put your goals on hold because you don't feel like working today? Let me tell you something. Your feelings are irrelevant. The world does not pause for your laziness. Opportunity does not sit around waiting for you to get your act together. Every second you waste is a second you are feeding your competition. While you sleep, they grind. While you procrastinate, they execute. While you sit paralyzed by indecision, they win. And one day, you will look back at the years you threw away, the time you murdered with your own hands, and you will realize you could have had everything, but you chose nothing. The price of wasted time is your future. Think about what you want. Really think. The wealth, the power, the freedom. Imagine it. Feel it. Now understand that every wasted second pulls you further from it. Time is currency, but unlike money, once you spend it, it's gone forever. Every wasted second is theft from yourself. You steal from your future self every time you choose distractions over discipline. You rob your own destiny when you delay the work you know you need to do. You are the thief of your own greatness. And when you finally wake up, when you finally realize what you have done, it will be too late. Control your time or be owned by it. You have two choices. Either you master time or time masters you. Track every hour. Audit your day like your life depends on it, because it does. Every action you take should serve a purpose. Every moment should bring you closer to your goal. If it doesn't, eliminate it. Cut it out like a disease before it spreads and rots everything you could have been. The weak live in reaction. They drift, mindless, slaves to their own distractions. The strong live with intention. They command their time. They dictate their days. They bend the clock to their will. Which one are you? Your life is a sand timer, and it's running out. The clock doesn't stop. Your time is vanishing, and you have a decision to make. Will you continue to waste what little you have left? Or will you take control and turn every second into a weapon? Make no mistake, this is your war, and time is the battlefield. Dominate it, master it, or be forgotten. Lesson 2. Discipline, the fire that forges gods. You think success is about talent? About luck? About some magical force that picks certain people and grants them power, wealth, and freedom? Wrong. The only thing that separates the weak from the strong, the forgettable from the legendary, is discipline. And you either have it or you don't. You either train it like an unbreakable weapon, or you remain a slave to comfort, to weakness, to your own pathetic excuses. Discipline is painful. It is the voice that tells you to get up when your body begs for rest. It is the force that drags you to the gym when your mind screams for comfort. It is the iron will that makes you work when everyone else is wasting time. Wake up or stay dead. Do you know why you keep losing? Why your goals remain distant fantasies instead of tangible victories? Because you refuse to suffer for them. You refuse to embrace the pain of discipline. So instead, you suffer the agony of failure. Look at your mornings. Do you wake up early, ready to attack the day? Or do you lie in bed, scrolling, delaying, convincing yourself you'll start tomorrow? Tomorrow is a lie. It is the drug of the weak, the false comfort of those who will never achieve anything. You either wake up and seize the day like a predator, or you crawl through life like prey, waiting for scraps. Your mind is a weak animal. Tame it or be devoured. Your mind will resist you. It will whisper, sleep in. It will tell you, take a break. It will scream, you've done enough. Crush that voice. You must train yourself like a beast, like a machine, like an unstoppable force that does not bend to impulse. Set routines that chain you to progress. Wake up at the same time. Push your body to its limits. Discipline your thoughts. Destroy every weakness inside you. Because if you don't, your mind will own you. And a mind that is undisciplined is a mind that is ruled by distractions, temptations, and regret. Discipline is the price of greatness. You want success? Prove it. Wake up early. Cut out distractions. Train harder. Work longer. Keep pushing when every fiber of your being begs you to stop. Because this world does not care about your dreams. It only rewards those who are disciplined enough to make them real. Without discipline, you are nothing. Just another name in the sea of mediocrity, another wasted potential, another ghost in the making. With discipline, you become untouchable. You become relentless. You become a force of nature. You have two choices: suffer the pain of discipline, or suffer the pain of regret. One leads to greatness. The other leads to nothing. Decide. Now. Lesson 3. Cut them off, or be dragged to the bottom. Look around you. Look at the people in your life. The ones you talk to, the ones you spend time with, the ones you let inside your mind. Now ask yourself, are they sharpening your blade or dulling it? Are they pushing you forward or holding you back? Are they feeding your ambition or poisoning it with their mediocrity? Most people don't fail because they're weak. They fail because they let the wrong people stay too close for too long. Your circle is your fate. If you surround yourself with the lazy, you will become lazy. If you tolerate the small-minded, you will think small. If you let parasites latch onto you, they will drain you until there's nothing left. And by the time you realize it, it will be too late. You will look back at your life and see the wasted years, the lost opportunities, the dreams that rotted away because you let the wrong people whisper in your ear. Not everyone deserves a seat at your table. You need killers around you. People who think bigger than you, who push harder than you, who make you feel like you aren't doing enough. If you are the smartest, the hardest working, the most driven person in your circle, then you are in the wrong circle. Get around those who make you uncomfortable. Get around those who make you question if you're even trying hard enough. And the rest? Cut them off. Yes, even the childhood friends, even the family members who drain your energy, even the ones who mean well, but are dragging you down with their fear, their excuses, their weakness. Loyalty is earned, not given. Stop being loyal to people who are not loyal to your future. Stop keeping people around because of history. History means nothing if your future is at risk. The only thing that matters is where you are going. And if someone is not actively helping you get there, then they are a liability. And liabilities are dead weight. Make the hard choice now, or pay the price. Later. You can ignore this. You can pretend it doesn't matter. You can let the wrong people stay in your life. But know this, you will pay for it. They will slow you down. They will plant seeds of doubt in your mind. They will turn your fire into smoke until one day you wake up and realize you never made it because you let the wrong people keep you small. So decide. Audit your circle. Cut out the weak. Surround yourself with the strong. Or stay exactly where you are and let them drag you to the bottom. Lesson 4. The unexamined life is a living death. Look around you. Look at your life. Look at the person you are today. This is the sum of your decisions. Every choice you made, every failure, every missed opportunity, every wasted moment has led you right here. And if you are not where you want to be, if you are still trapped in mediocrity, then there is only one reason. You have refused to face the truth about yourself. You lie to yourself. You make excuses. You tell yourself it wasn't your fault, that life is unfair, that the world is against you. But deep down, you know the truth. You are your greatest enemy. And until you have the courage to look at yourself with ruthless honesty, you will stay weak. You will stay lost. You will stay exactly where you are, rotting in the prison of your own making. Face the mirror or stay blind. The difference between the great and the forgotten is simple. Self-reflection. Winners study every move they make. They analyze their failures like a surgeon cutting into flesh, dissecting every mistake, extracting every lesson. Losers, they run. They distract themselves. They avoid the mirror. They drown in entertainment, in meaningless conversations, in mindless distractions. Anything to escape the truth that they are the problem. But you cannot outrun yourself. The only way forward is through the fire, through brutal, unflinching, merciless self-examination. No growth without pain. You want to be great? Then tear yourself apart. Take every failure and rip it open. What did you do wrong? How did you hesitate? Where did you fall short? What weakness inside you led to your defeat? Then fix it. Burn the excuses. Cut out the habits that keep you weak. Destroy the version of yourself that let you down. Because if you are not growing, you are dying. Weak men blame. Strong men adapt. The world doesn't care about your reasons. It doesn't care about your justifications. It only cares about results. You either learn, evolve, and sharpen yourself into an unbreakable force, or you fade into nothingness, another casualty of weakness. The choice is simple. Analyze your every move. Study your patterns. Identify your failures. Learn from the pain. Let it carve you into something harder, stronger, relentless. Adapt and eliminate weakness. Change what must be changed. Burn what must be burned. Repeat. Forever. This is not a one-time thing. This is a way of life. A warrior never stops refining his blade. A king never stops fortifying his kingdom. If you are not constantly evolving, you are already decaying. Look in the mirror or die in the dark. The truth is waiting for you. It has always been there, but it is up to you to face it. You can keep running, keep avoiding, keep numbing yourself with distractions. But one day, time will run out. And when that day comes, you will either stand tall, a refined, unstoppable force, or you will die with regret, knowing that you could have been so much more. The mirror does not lie. So look into it, or stay blind forever. Lesson 5. Hesitation is the death of greatness. How many times have you stood on the edge of a decision, paralyzed? How many opportunities have passed you by because you were too afraid to act? How many times have you killed your own future because you hesitated? You think you have time. You think you can wait, plan, prepare. But time is not yours to control. It moves forward with or without you. And every second you hesitate is a second you hand over to someone else who is willing to take what you were too scared to claim. Fear will steal everything from you. You tell yourself you'll start when you're ready, when you have more information, when the conditions are perfect, when you feel confident. Lies. That day will never come. You will never feel ready. You will never feel like you have enough knowledge, enough resources, enough certainty. And while you wait, the bold move, the strong rise, and the decisive take everything you were too afraid to reach for. Fear kills more dreams than failure ever will. Fear will keep you in the same job you hate, the same relationships that drain you, the same cycle of regret and mediocrity until you die with your potential still locked inside you. Move now, or be left behind forever. Hesitation is a slow death. Every moment you delay, you are slipping deeper into a pit you will never climb out of. And do you know the worst part? No one is coming to save you. No one will pull you up. No one will push you forward. The only one who can break you free is you. And the only way to do that is to act. Stop overthinking. Stop waiting for clarity. Stop hoping for certainty. Make the decision. Take the risk. Move. Because hesitation will cost you everything. The world only rewards the bold. Look around you. The ones who win, the ones who succeed, the ones who own their lives. They are not the ones who played it safe. They are the ones who moved when others froze, who spoke when others stayed silent, who took the leap while everyone else was still deciding whether or not to jump. Life does not reward the timid. It does not favor the hesitant. It belongs to those who seize it with both hands, who refuse to wait, who are willing to act when others choke in fear. There is no tomorrow. You think you have time? You think there will be another chance? That's the biggest lie of all. Tomorrow is a fantasy. It does not exist. The only thing that is real is this moment, right now. So what will you do? Will you stay paralyzed, trapped in the cycle of hesitation and regret? Or will you finally step forward, take control, and refuse to let fear rob you ever again? The weak hesitate. The strong act. Which one are you? If you've made it this far, then you already know. You're not like the rest. You're not here for comfort, for soft words, or for excuses. You're here because something inside you refuses to stay weak. To those who keep coming back, to those who are already walking this path, I see you. I respect you. You've already chosen to embrace the fire, to break free from the chains that hold most people down. Keep pushing. Keep growing. Keep becoming the force you were meant to be. And to the new ones, the ones just now waking up, the ones who feel the fire starting to burn, but haven't fully committed yet, this is your moment. This is your chance to break free. But understand this, there is no halfway. You either step into the grim face movement and take control of your life, or you stay behind with the weak, the hesitant, the forgotten. So make your choice. If you're ready to stop hesitating, to stop wasting time, and to start becoming something unstoppable, then hit that subscribe button. Join the grim face movement. Lock in, and never look back. We're moving forward. Are you coming with us? There is a brutal truth about success that most people refuse to face. It does not come to those who wait. It does not arrive at the feet of those who hesitate. It does not favor those who sit idle, analyzing, overthinking, and waiting for some magical burst of motivation. Success is ruthless. It comes only to those who seize it, those who act, whether they feel like it or not. It is earned by those who refuse to be prisoners of their emotions, who understand that hesitation is the silent killer of dreams. The world does not reward potential. It does not reward ideas that remain trapped in the mind. It rewards execution. It rewards the ones who move despite their doubts, despite their fears, despite the voice in their head that whispers, "Not yet." If you want to be successful, you must train yourself to take action. Not when it is convenient, not when you feel like it, but always. The deception of hesitation. Most people never achieve greatness, not because they lack ability, not because they lack resources, but because they allow hesitation to rob them of momentum. They tell themselves they need more time, more preparation, more clarity, more certainty. They convince themselves that tomorrow is a better day to start. But tomorrow turns into next week. Next week turns into next month. And soon, an entire lifetime has slipped through their fingers. The truth is, winners do not wait for the right time. They do not wait for the perfect conditions. They do not wait for confidence. They move. And because they move, confidence follows. Hesitation is a disease that spreads through the mind. It infects every decision, every action, every opportunity. It whispers excuses, convincing you that waiting is the safer choice. But waiting is not safe. Waiting is a slow, silent death of potential. You do not need more time. You do not need to feel ready. You do not need permission. You need to act. The weakness of negotiation. Every day, most people wake up and enter a negotiation with themselves. Should I get up now or sleep a little longer? Should I go to the gym or take the day off? Should I work on my goals or wait until I have more energy? That negotiation is where weakness is born. Because every time you give yourself a choice, you give yourself an excuse. Every moment of debate is an opportunity for the weaker part of your mind to win. Winners do not negotiate. They do not ask themselves if they should take action. They have already decided. If they say they will wake up at 5 a.m., there is no debate. If they say they will train, there is no discussion. If they say they will work, it is already done. They understand that feelings are temporary, but results last forever. Hesitation is the executioner of ambition. It delays. It stalls. It convinces you that there is a better time, a better moment, a better mood. But there is no better moment. The only moment you have is now. If you truly want to succeed, you must remove the debate from your life. You must eliminate the option of inaction. You must operate from decision, not emotion. Action creates motivation. Most people believe they need to feel motivated before they take action. They are waiting for inspiration. But inspiration is unreliable. Motivation is fleeting. And those who depend on it will always be inconsistent. The truth is, action creates motivation, not the other way around. Think about it. What is the hardest part of working out? It is not the workout itself. It is getting started. The hardest part of writing is not the writing itself. It is sitting down to begin. The hardest part of any task is breaking through the inertia of inaction. But the moment you move, everything shifts. The resistance fades. The excuses disappear. Your mind adapts. That is why successful people do not wait for motivation. They move first. They act first. They force momentum into existence. Because once you start, it is easier to keep going. Immediate execution. The killer of hesitation. The key to destroying hesitation is immediate execution. Most people spend their lives trapped in overthinking. They analyze every decision, waiting for absolute certainty before they move. But that moment never comes. There will always be doubt. There will always be fear. There will always be reasons to wait. Winners do not wait for clarity before they act. They act first, and clarity follows. They do not wait for confidence. They move, and confidence builds through action. The faster you act, the easier it becomes. The secret: never leave the scene of a decision without taking action. If you decide to start a business, make the first call. If you decide to get in shape, do one set of push-ups. If you decide to wake up earlier, set the alarm and move it across the room. Because action is what transforms ideas into reality. Separate action from emotion. The weak allow their emotions to dictate their actions. If they feel tired, they skip the work. If they feel uninspired, they delay progress. If they feel uncomfortable, they stop. Winners operate differently. They do not let emotions control their behavior. They do not wait until they feel like it. They move forward regardless of how they feel. Because emotions are unreliable. They fluctuate. They deceive. They create inconsistency. And inconsistency is the death of success. Think of the elite, the best athletes, the top performers, the highest achievers. Do you think they train only when they feel like it? Do you think they show up only when they are fully motivated? No. They show up every day. Because they understand that discipline beats motivation every time. If you want to take control of your actions, You must remove emotion from the equation. Your commitments must be non-negotiable. If you told yourself you would work today, then it is happening. If you told yourself you would wake up early, there is no discussion. If you told yourself you would take action, that action is happening. Period. This is the difference between those who succeed and those who fail. The successful move, no matter what. Pressure and accountability, the forces of execution. Most people fail to take consistent action because there are no real consequences for inaction. They tell themselves they will do something, but when they do not follow through, nothing happens. No cost, no penalty, no accountability. Winners create an environment where inaction is not an option. Most people will hear these words, feel a spark of inspiration, and then return to their old habits. They will agree with everything that has been said, but they will fail to integrate it into their lives. And that is the greatest tragedy of all. Not ignorance, but inaction. Not lack of knowledge, but lack of execution. Understanding these truths is not enough. You must embed them into your reality. You must forge them into your daily habits. You must make them a part of your existence. The difference between those who succeed and those who fail is not intelligence. It is not talent. It is not even discipline. It is the ability to apply wisdom consistently. So now, we go deeper. We move beyond understanding. We move into execution. Here are 5 lessons that will embed this wisdom into your life and transform you into the kind of person who does not hesitate, does not negotiate, and does not wait for permission to act. Lesson 1. Eliminate the gap between decision and action. Every time you hesitate, you strengthen the habit of hesitation. Every time you wait, you build the identity of someone who waits. From this moment forward, you must eliminate the gap between deciding and moving. If you think of a task, begin immediately. If an opportunity presents itself, seize it now. If you tell yourself you are going to do something, do it without delay. The longer you think, the weaker your drive becomes. The longer you analyze, the more doubt creeps in. Adopt the 5-second rule. The moment you decide to act, count down from 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Move. No debate. No second guessing. No hesitation. Just immediate execution. At first, it will feel unnatural. Your mind will resist. It will scream for comfort, for security, for more time. But if you override that impulse, if you force yourself to move, you will begin reprogramming your brain. You will become someone who acts without hesitation. And once you embody that, nothing will be out of reach. Lesson 2. Remove negotiation from your life. Most people fail because they allow their emotions to have a vote. They negotiate with themselves every day. Should I wake up early or sleep in? Should I go to the gym or take a rest day? Should I work on my goals or relax for a bit? That internal debate is a death sentence for success. The moment you give yourself a choice, you create an excuse. Winners do not negotiate. They pre-decide their actions. They do not ask if they should work out. They already decided. They train, no matter what. They do not ask if they should push forward. It is already a done deal. They do not let their feelings dictate their actions. They move regardless. Eliminate the option to quit. Remove the discussion. Treat your decisions as final. Because every moment you spend debating is another moment wasted. And winners do not waste time. Lesson 3. Rewire your identity through small wins. Your habits are not just actions. They are statements of identity. Every time you hesitate, you reinforce the belief that you are someone who hesitates. Every time you procrastinate, you reinforce the identity of someone who delays. Every time you quit, you tell yourself, I am someone who does not follow through. But the opposite is also true. Every time you take action, you reinforce the belief that you are someone who moves. Every time you push through, you prove to yourself that you are relentless. Every time you execute, you become the kind of person who always follows through. Small wins matter. They are how you rebuild your identity. Start proving to yourself right now that you are an action taker. Wake up when you say you will. Follow through on every commitment, no matter how small. Move even when you do not feel like it. The more you stack small wins, the stronger your new identity becomes. And once you see yourself as someone who always executes, hesitation will no longer be part of your nature. Lesson 4. Create unbreakable accountability. The weak rely on willpower. The strong rely on systems. Most people fail to take consistent action because they have no real consequences for failure. They tell themselves they will do something, but when they don't follow through, nothing happens. No loss, no penalty, no urgency. Winners create external pressure to keep themselves accountable. If you struggle with taking action, make failure painful. Announce your goals publicly. Tell people what you are going to do so you feel the pressure to deliver. Put money on the line. If you fail to follow through, donate money to a cause you hate. Find someone who will hold you accountable. Someone who will call you out when you fall behind. Set unbreakable deadlines. When time is against you, hesitation disappears. The goal is to make inaction so unbearable that taking action becomes the easier choice. This is what separates those who execute from those who only talk. Lesson 5. Separate emotion from execution. The final and most important lesson is this. You must learn to act regardless of how you feel. Most people let their emotions control their actions. If they feel tired, they skip the work. If they feel uninspired, they delay progress. If they feel uncomfortable, they stop. But emotions are unreliable. They fluctuate. They deceive. They create inconsistency. And inconsistency is the enemy of success. The greatest athletes, the most successful entrepreneurs, the highest performers in every field, do not let emotions dictate their actions. They train when they do not feel like training. They work when they do not feel like working. They move forward even when every part of them screams to stop. They do this because they understand one fundamental truth. Discipline is stronger than motivation. Motivation is fleeting. Some days it will be there. Most days it won't. And if you rely on it, you will always be inconsistent. But discipline, the ability to move forward regardless of how you feel, that is permanent. Your feelings do not matter. What matters is that you execute. To the returning warriors of Grimface, those who have been here, those who have listened, those who have already started walking this ruthless path of discipline and execution, I see you. You are the few who refuse to be shackled by hesitation. The few who understand that this world does not reward the weak. The few who take relentless action while others stand still. Keep pushing forward. Keep sharpening your mind. Keep winning in ways most people will never understand. And to those who are new here, to those who feel that fire inside, but have spent too long waiting, hesitating, and negotiating with themselves, this is your wake-up call. This is where the shift begins. If you are ready to stop waiting and start executing, if you are ready to break free from excuses and take back control of your life, then it's time to join the Grimface movement. This is not for everyone. This is not for those who need motivation to take action. This is not for those who seek comfort over conquest. This is for those who are ready to embrace the grind, to override hesitation, and to step into their true power. If you are that person, then hit subscribe, drop a comment, and let the world know you are done waiting. Because in the Grim Face movement, we do not sit idle. We take action. We do not wait for the right moment. We create it. We do not bow to fear. We crush it. Welcome to the movement. Now get to work. There is a road few will ever dare to walk. It is not paved with comfort, nor is it softened by the hands of mercy. It is a road of fire, of struggle, of relentless discipline. It is the road of those who refuse to kneel, the road of those who refuse to be weak. This is the dark path to power. You were not born to be another forgotten name. You were not placed on this earth to blend in, to bow, to follow orders from those weaker than you. You were meant to rise, to dominate, to carve your will into the fabric of existence itself. But the world will fight you. It will throw every obstacle in your path. It will try to break you, to tame you, to turn you into another obedient servant. And that is why you must be relentless. That is why you must be ruthless. The question is, will you embrace the suffering? Will you become what you were meant to be? Or will you fall like the rest? The lie of easy success. They told you success was about talent, about luck, about having the right connections. They lied. Success is about endurance. It is about pain. It is about suffering more than anyone else and still standing. The world does not care about your excuses. It does not care about your struggles. It rewards only those who force it to submit. You see them all around you. Men and women trapped in mediocrity, waiting for a miracle, hoping success will come knocking. No, it won't. No one is coming to save you. No one will hand you power. If you want it, you must take it. And taking it will cost you. It will cost you sleep. It will cost you comfort. It will cost you friendships with people too weak to understand your mission. But what is the alternative? To be average? To be nothing? To watch weaker men rise above you because they were willing to suffer more than you? No, that is not an option. The price of greatness. Greatness demands sacrifice. It is the blood price, the toll you must pay. You cannot be great and stay comfortable. You cannot be strong and avoid pain. The weak flee from suffering. The powerful embrace it. Most people will never understand this. They will whine about long hours. They will complain about how unfair life is. Let them. You are not one of them. You are built for something greater. Understand this. Every time you choose comfort over discipline, you are choosing weakness. Every time you hit snooze, every time you skip the hard work, you are surrendering to the enemy inside you. You must be ruthless with yourself. You must be willing to pay the price. If you are not, step aside now and watch another man take what could have been yours. The enemy within. There is no greater enemy than the one inside your own head. That voice that tells you to quit. That whispers that you are not good enough. That begs for rest when you need to push harder. That is your true enemy. That voice is the reason most people remain weak, small, invisible. Silence it. Crush it. Dominate your mind before it dominates you. When the weak give up, You keep going. When they cry out in pain, you laugh because you know pain is the price of power. Your mind is your battlefield. Every thought, every doubt, every weakness, it is an attack against your future. You must be a tyrant over your own mind, a king that does not tolerate rebellion. When your body is weak, command it. When your emotions betray you, ignore them. When fear creeps in, destroy it. You are not here to be ruled by weakness. You are here to conquer it. Your past is irrelevant. The past does not define you. Your mistakes do not matter. Your failures mean nothing. The only thing that matters is what you do next. Some people let their past haunt them. They relive their failures over and over, drowning in regret. No, that is not the way forward. The past is a graveyard. Leave it behind. The only thing that exists is now. And now, you must move forward. You must understand this. The world does not care about where you came from. It does not care about the excuses you make for yourself. The world only recognizes one thing: results. You can choose to wallow in your past, to cry about the unfairness of it all, or you can rise. You can take every scar, every failure, every ounce of pain, and forge it into the blade that will carve your path forward. You are not your past. You are your next decision. Choose power. Pain is your teacher. Weak men run from pain. Strong men use it. Pain is not the enemy. It is the greatest teacher you will ever have. Every hardship, every failure, every heartbreak, it is all fuel. Let it burn inside you until nothing remains but raw, unstoppable willpower. The world wants to break you. It wants to mold you into another weak, obedient cog in the machine. Will you let it? Will you surrender like the rest? No, you will not. You were not meant for that life. Pain is the price of transformation. If you are in pain right now, good. That means you are being forged. That means you are changing. The question is, will you let it shape you into something unstoppable? Or will you let it crush you? Destroy your limits. Most people live inside a cage of their own making. They think they are trapped, but the door is open. They could walk out at any time, but they won't. Fear stops them. Fear of failure. Fear of judgment. Fear of the unknown. Fear is the chain that binds the weak. If you want power, you must rip that chain apart. There are no limits, only the ones you accept, only the ones you refuse to destroy. Every single person you admire, every great leader, every titan of success, they were once nothing. They were once weak, but they refused to accept limits. They refused to live small. What about you? Will you stay in the cage, or will you break free? The myth of balance. They will tell you to take it slow, to rest, to find balance. No, that is the lie of the weak. Balance is for men who are satisfied with mediocrity. If you want power, you must be obsessed. You must be ruthless. While they sleep, you work. While they party, you build. While they waste their lives, you are carving your name into the fabric of reality itself. There is no balance. There is only victory or defeat. The choice. This world is brutal. It does not care about fairness. It does not reward effort. It rewards results. You have two choices. Be a victim, complaining about how unfair life is, or be a conqueror, taking what is yours. You already know the answer. Most people will never change. They will stay weak, complaining, waiting for someone to save them. No one will. But you are different. You see the truth. You understand the dark path. You understand that to rise, you must suffer. To grow, you must bleed. To become unstoppable, you must embrace the fire. Let the others sleep. Let them rot in mediocrity. You have work to do. This is your time. This is your path. Walk it, and never look back. This path is not for the weak. It is not for those who seek comfort, validation, or ease. It is for those who demand something greater from themselves. It is for those who refuse to kneel, those who understand that suffering is the price of transformation. If you embrace these lessons, your life will change forever. You will no longer be controlled. You will no longer be a pawn in someone else's game. You will become something more, something unstoppable. Here are 8 lessons that, if you internalize them, will forge you into a force to be reckoned with. Lesson 1. Pain is the currency of power. There is a truth the weak will never understand. A truth so brutal, so raw, that most people refuse to accept it. That truth is this: pain is the price of power. Weak men cower before pain. They avoid it at all costs. They drown it in distractions: alcohol, cheap entertainment, shallow pleasure. They numb it with excuses, convincing themselves that suffering is unfair, that life should be easier, that they should be spared from hardship. But pain is not your enemy. It is your greatest ally. If you want to rise, you must stop running from pain and start running toward it. Pain is the crucible that separates the weak from the strong. It is the fire that forges the indestructible. Every man who has ever built something great, every warrior, every king, every conqueror, was forged in suffering. Without pain, there is no transformation. Without suffering, there is no strength. Pain is the universal toll you must pay if you want to be more than ordinary. And the question is, will you pay it? Weak people seek escape. Strong men seek pain. The world is filled with people who fear pain. They spend their entire lives trying to avoid discomfort, always looking for the easy way out. They hide behind screens, wasting hours scrolling through useless entertainment because reality is too harsh. They bury themselves in vices, running from the weight of responsibility. They chase comfort, seeking shelter from the storms of life. And in doing so, they ensure that they will never be strong. You must be different. You must crave pain. You must train yourself to embrace suffering, because the more pain you endure, the more powerful you become. There is no shortcut. There is no alternative path. You must suffer, and you must learn to love it. When others run from hardship, you run toward it. When others break under pressure, you let it make you stronger. When others fall apart, you forge yourself into something indestructible. You do not escape. You do not run. You face the pain head on, and you make it serve you. The world will break you. Let it. The world is cruel. It will test you. It will beat you down. It will betray you. You will lose friends. You will face failure. You will experience moments where everything seems to collapse. And that is when most people give up. Most men, when faced with hardship, fold. They complain. They whine. They blame the universe for their suffering. But that is not the way of power. When the world tries to break you, let it. Let it shatter the weak parts of you. Let it destroy your illusions. Let it strip away every piece of you that is soft, weak, and afraid. Then take what remains, the core of who you are, and build something indestructible. If you refuse to break, if you refuse to give up, you will emerge stronger than anyone who has ever doubted you. Pain does not destroy you. It reveals who you truly are. The formula: pain plus endurance equals power. Every setback, every failure, every betrayal, it is all fuel. The more you suffer, the stronger you become. If you can learn to embrace pain, you will become unstoppable. Think of the greatest warriors, the most powerful men in history. They all endured suffering beyond imagination. They were beaten, betrayed, exiled, left for dead, but they endured. And because they endured, they rose higher than anyone else. The weak believe that hardship is unfair. The strong understand that hardship is necessary. The equation is simple. Pain plus weakness equals surrender. Pain plus endurance equals power. If you endure more than anyone else, you will become more powerful than anyone else. This is why most people never achieve greatness. They want the reward without the suffering. But there is no strength without pain. Make pain your servant. Most people are slaves to pain. They let it control them. They let it dictate their actions. You must become the master. You must make pain your servant. When you feel exhaustion creeping in, keep going. When your body begs for rest, push harder. When your mind tells you to stop, laugh, and move forward. This is what separates those who succeed from those who fail. This is what divides the powerful from the powerless. You must rewire your mind. Instead of fearing pain, use it. Instead of avoiding discomfort, seek it. Instead of complaining about hardship, embrace it as your greatest weapon. When others break, you will rise. When others quit, you will endure. When others run, you will charge forward. The man who can endure unlimited pain is the man who can achieve unlimited success. Lesson 2. Discipline is stronger than motivation. Motivation is a liar. It whispers in your ear, making promises it cannot keep. It tells you that as long as you feel inspired, you will take action. That as long as you're excited, you'll put in the work. But motivation is temporary. It is weak. It disappears the moment things get difficult. That is why most people fail. They rely on motivation. They wait for the perfect moment, the perfect feeling, the perfect energy to move forward. And when that feeling fades, when the fire dies, they stop. They retreat. They return to their old habits, their old life, their old excuses. And that is why they remain powerless. The strong do not operate this way. The strong do not rely on motivation. The strong operate on something else. Discipline. Discipline is what separates the rulers from the ruled, the winners from the losers, the weak from the powerful. If you want to rise, you must abandon motivation and become obsessed with discipline. Motivation will betray you. Most people do not understand this. Motivation is an emotion. It comes and goes. It is unstable. It is unreliable. There are days when you will wake up ready to conquer the world. Days when you feel invincible. Days when motivation fuels you. But what about the days when you wake up exhausted? When life has beaten you down? When you are empty, broken, and burned out? What then? Most people stop. And that is why they lose. You must burn this into your mind. You do not need motivation. You do not need to feel like doing something to do it. You act anyway. If you only train when you feel like it, you will always be weak. If you only work hard when you're inspired, you will never succeed. If you only push forward when it's easy, you will never be unstoppable. Discipline is doing what needs to be done, no matter how you feel. This is what separates the elite from the ordinary. Discipline is a weapon. Sharpen it daily. Discipline is a muscle, and like any muscle, it must be trained. Every time you push yourself when you don't feel like it, you grow stronger. Every time you show up despite exhaustion, you sharpen your edge. Every time you follow through when others quit, you build an indomitable will. The more you exercise discipline, the more powerful you become. Most people never train discipline. They spend their lives reacting to their feelings, their mood, their circumstances. They are slaves to their emotions. You must be different. You must take control. Do not wait to feel like working. Just work. Do not wait to feel like training. Just train. Do not wait for the right mood, the right energy, the right time. Act now. Your feelings do not matter. Your actions do. If you master this, you will become untouchable. The rule of execution: no excuses, no negotiations. There are no negotiations in discipline, no debates, no back and forth conversations in your head. There is only one rule: execute. You wake up early, whether you feel like it or not. You stick to your commitments, whether you're tired or not. You push through the pain, whether it seems fair or not. There are no excuses. There is only the mission. Most people fail because they negotiate with themselves. They make deals with their weakness. I'll start tomorrow. I deserve a break. Just one day off won't hurt. No, that is the voice of the weak. That is the voice of failure. If you want to dominate, you must eliminate all excuses. You do the work regardless of circumstance, regardless of how you feel, regardless of how tired you are. And in doing so, you forge yourself into something unstoppable. Discipline creates power. The truth is simple. The more disciplined you are, the more powerful you become. Discipline means control. Discipline means endurance. Discipline means the ability to keep going when the world tries to stop you. A man with discipline is a man who cannot be broken. When the weak fall apart, he remains standing. When the weak complain, he pushes harder. When the weak surrender, he dominates. That is power. If you can master yourself, nothing in this world can stop you. Discipline is not just about doing the work. It is about waging war against the weak part of you. That part of you that wants to quit. That part of you that craves comfort. That part of you that seeks pleasure over progress. Most people lose that war. They let their weakness win. They surrender to their feelings. They choose the path of least resistance. And that is why they stay small. But if you choose discipline over comfort, if you choose effort over excuses, if you choose progress over pleasure, you will conquer yourself. And once you have conquered yourself, the world belongs to you. You have two choices. Option 1, live like the rest, chained to motivation, ruled by emotions, always starting but never finishing, always dreaming but never doing. Option 2, commit to discipline, act no matter what, push forward relentlessly, dominate every challenge, and become unstoppable. The choice is yours. One path leads to mediocrity. One path leads to mastery. Choose wisely. Choose discipline. And never look back. Lesson 3. Comfort is a trap. There is a silent force that destroys more dreams, kills more ambition, and weakens more men than anything else. It does not strike suddenly. It does not announce itself with violence or fear. It creeps in quietly, disguised as peace, disguised as happiness. That force is comfort. Most people seek comfort like an addict seeks a drug. They chase it, they crave it, they structure their entire existence around avoiding discomfort. They want the easy path, the safe path, the painless path. And that is why they fail. The moment you allow yourself to be comfortable is the moment you stop growing. It is the moment you begin to decay, to weaken, to rot from the inside out. Comfort is a disease, a slow, quiet poison. And if you do not kill it, it will kill you. The lie of comfort. Society tells you that comfort is the goal, that success means you get to relax, take it easy, and stop struggling. That once you've worked hard enough, you can sit back and enjoy the rewards. No, that is a lie. The reality? Comfort is the beginning of decline. History has proven this over and over. Every great empire, every powerful kingdom, every dominant civilization, they all fell, not because of external enemies, but because they became comfortable. They became soft. They lost the hunger that built them. And the same happens to individuals. The man who stops training because he made it soon becomes weak. The businessman who stops grinding because he's successful soon becomes irrelevant. The fighter who stops pushing himself because he won soon gets defeated. The moment you choose comfort over growth, you have already lost. Comfort makes you weak. There is a reason warriors seek the struggle, a reason why the strong embrace hardship, a reason why the greatest men in history lived in discomfort, trained in discomfort, and thrived in discomfort. Because they knew that comfort is the enemy of strength. Comfort makes you slow. Comfort makes you lazy. Comfort makes you fragile. You see it everywhere. Men who once had fire in their eyes, now dull, lifeless, and soft because they embraced comfort. They no longer push themselves. They no longer fight. They are content with mediocrity. That is not your destiny. If you want to rise, you must seek discomfort. You must live in it. You must become addicted to it. How to break free from comfort. You must retrain your mind to embrace suffering. You must seek out the struggle. Wake up earlier than you want to. Train harder than you think you can. Push yourself longer than you believe is possible. Do the things that others hesitate to do. The weak run toward comfort. The strong run toward suffering. Every day, you should be doing something that makes you uncomfortable. Every day, you should be challenging yourself to go further, to endure more, to expand beyond your limits. The moment you start enjoying discomfort, the moment you start thriving in pain, that is when you become unstoppable. The trap of success. Comfort is not just the enemy of the weak, it is the enemy of the successful. Many men work hard until they reach success, until they make enough money, until they achieve their goals. And then they slow down. They stop pushing. They stop suffering. They start indulging in comfort. And that is when the downfall begins. Success is not a finish line. It is a war that never ends. You cannot stop. You cannot relax. You cannot slow down. The moment you do, someone hungrier, someone stronger, someone more disciplined is coming to take what you built. Stay sharp. Stay relentless. Stay uncomfortable. Choose the hard path. The easy path leads to nothing. It leads to mediocrity, regret, and weakness. It leads to a life of wasted potential. The hard path is where greatness is forged. Most people will avoid suffering. That is why most people will never achieve anything great. You must be different. You must make suffering your ally. You must make discomfort your home. Because in that suffering, in that discomfort, you will find power. The only question is, are you willing to embrace it? Lesson 4. Emotions are not your master. Most people do not control their emotions. Their emotions control them. They wake up happy, so they work hard. They wake up tired, so they do nothing. They feel motivated, so they push forward. They feel afraid, so they hesitate. They are slaves to their emotions, and that is why they fail. The world is filled with men who never achieve anything because they let their feelings dictate their actions. They let fear hold them back. They let doubt keep them weak. They let sadness, anxiety, and frustration steal their energy. And in doing so, they remain trapped. If you want to be powerful, if you want to be unstoppable, you must break free. Emotions are not reality. Most people believe that their emotions are the truth. They think that because they feel something, it must be real. But that is a lie. Emotions are illusions. They are temporary. They are unreliable. They change from moment to moment, hour to hour, day to day. Think about it. You wake up feeling weak. But are you actually weak? No. You feel like quitting. But do you actually need to? No. You feel afraid. But is the danger real? Most of the time, no. Your emotions lie to you. They try to manipulate you. They try to make you take the easy way out, to avoid risk, to avoid discomfort. And the weak listen to them. The strong, they ignore them. They recognize emotions for what they are. Noise, background interference, distractions. The weak act based on how they feel. The strong act based on what needs to be done. Which one are you? Master your emotions or be controlled. There are two types of people in this world. 1. Those who control their emotions. 2. Those who are controlled by their emotions. Most people live their entire lives at the mercy of their feelings. They wake up one day motivated and decide to work hard. The next day they feel lazy, so they do nothing. They get excited about a goal and chase it for a week. Then doubt creeps in, so they quit. They get angry, so they lash out. They feel sad, so they stop pushing forward. They have no control. They are puppets, and puppets do not succeed. You must be different. You must master your emotions. Feel fear? Move forward anyway. Feel lazy? Work anyway. Feel tired? Push harder. Feel doubt? Crush it with action. It does not matter how you feel. It only matters what you do. This is what separates those who win from those who lose. The world runs on emotional slaves. Understand this. The world is designed to manipulate weak people through their emotions. The media floods you with fear to control your mind. Social media feeds you outrage to steal your attention. Marketing companies trigger your desires to drain your bank account. Weak people try to provoke you, to drag you into their misery. And the masses fall for it every single time. They get angry over things they cannot control. They get depressed over situations they could fix with action. They get distracted by nonsense while their lives fall apart. Why? Because they never learned how to control their emotions. You must rise above them. You must become untouchable. They try to make you afraid. You remain calm. They try to make you angry. You remain focused. They try to break you emotionally. You keep moving forward. A man who is in control of his emotions cannot be controlled by anyone else. Decide your actions. Do not react. Most people react to the world. They go through life on autopilot, allowing emotions to dictate their decisions. They get hurt, so they retreat. They get anxious, so they freeze. They feel comfortable, so they stop pushing forward. But the strong do not react. They decide. They do not wait to feel ready. They do not hesitate when things get tough. They do not let emotions interfere with the mission. They wake up tired. They execute. They feel fear. They act anyway. They face doubt. They silence it with action. This is the difference between being ruled and being in control. The moment you stop reacting and start deciding, you become unstoppable. The formula for emotional mastery. How do you master your emotions? You rewire your mind. Recognize the emotion. Instead of letting it control you, pause. Acknowledge what you are feeling, but do not obey it. Separate fact from feeling. Ask yourself, is this emotion based on reality, or is it just noise? Act based on logic, not emotion. Decide what must be done, then do it, regardless of how you feel. Repeat daily. Every time you override your emotions, you become stronger. Every time you act despite fear, hesitation, or doubt, you increase your power. The more you practice, the less control your emotions will have over you. Until one day, you wake up and realize you are free. The difference between success and failure. The weak let emotions dictate their actions. The strong dictate their actions regardless of emotions. The weak allow feelings to paralyze them. The strong use logic to push forward. The weak make excuses based on emotions. The strong execute no matter what. And that is why the weak stay weak, and the strong rise to power. You have two choices. 1. Continue letting your emotions control you. Stay weak. Stay hesitant. Stay trapped. 2. Take control. Silence your emotions. Execute regardless of how you feel, and become unstoppable. The world is controlled by emotional slaves. Will you be one of them? Or will you break free? The first light of dawn barely breaks the horizon. A lone warrior stands in silence, gripping a wooden training sword. His breath steady, his mind sharp. Every movement is precise, refined through years of relentless practice. He does not train for battle. He trains for life. Because there is no separation between training and living. The way you practice, the way you think, the way you approach each moment. This is what determines your fate. This is the difference between victory and defeat, between self-mastery and self-destruction. But what if this idea applied to more than just combat? What if mastering yourself was the key to mastering everything in life? The battles we face daily, self-doubt, distraction, fear, can be won the same way the greatest warriors won theirs, through discipline, strategy, and control. Imagine if you approached your life with the same intensity, the same commitment, the same ruthless precision. How different would your world be? The real enemy. Most people think their enemies exist outside of them. The rival, the competition, the system. No. The real enemy has been whispering in your ear for years. It is hesitation. It is laziness. It is fear. It is the voice that says, take it easy. There's always tomorrow. The voice that keeps you in bed when you should be training. The voice that lets you scroll mindlessly while your goals rot in the graveyard of wasted time. The war you fight is not against the world. It is against yourself. Victory belongs to those who silence that voice, who override weakness with discipline, who step forward when fear tells them to stop. Mastery is the only way. Mastery is not a hobby. It is not a phase. It is not a goal you check off a list. Mastery is a way of life. It is the understanding that growth never stops, that there is no finish line, that success is not something you reach, but something you earn with every action, every sacrifice, every choice to rise instead of retreat. From one thing, know 10,000 things. The way you approach one thing is the way you approach everything. If you train weak, you will live weak. If you half-ass your workouts, you will half-ass your career. If you let excuses slip through one door, They will flood your entire life. This is why the best of the best, whether in combat, business, or life, operate under the same principle. Do nothing that is of no use. If it does not serve your purpose, eliminate it. If it does not sharpen you, cut it away. If it does not forge you into something stronger, leave it behind. Most people don't fail because they lack potential. They fail because they refuse to let go of the distractions that keep them weak. Social media, pointless entertainment, toxic relationships, wasted time. They choose comfort over discipline, pleasure over purpose, and then they wonder why they are losing. Fear is an illusion. You should accept death in your heart every day, not in a morbid way, but as a tool to sharpen your mind. Because once you accept that fear is a lie, nothing can stop you. Fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of discomfort. None of it is real. The moment you stop fearing failure, you become unstoppable. In life, hesitation is death. The weak hesitate and let opportunity pass. The strong act with precision and take what they came for. Ask yourself, how many times have you been one step away from greatness, only to hesitate? How many times have you known what needed to be done, but let fear paralyze you? Hesitation will rob you of everything you could have been. Action is the antidote. The ability to act without hesitation is what separates the weak from the strong, the cowards from the conquerors, the forgotten from the legends. The price of mastery. Mastery demands sacrifice. It demands discomfort. It demands suffering. It demands that you burn everything that does not serve your higher purpose. Most people do not fail because they are incapable. They fail because they are unwilling. Unwilling to endure pain. Unwilling to reject distractions. Unwilling to let go of weakness. They cling to comfort like a lifeline, blind to the fact that it is the very thing drowning them. They do not understand the truth. Comfort is the enemy. Weakness grows in comfort. Strength is forged in struggle. This is why warriors reject comfort, why they embrace suffering, why they understand that the path to mastery is paved with blood, sweat, and sacrifice. There is no shortcut. There is no hack. There is only the work. And the work never ends. Adapt or die. Water is formless. It takes the shape of whatever contains it. This is how you must live. Rigidity is death. The world changes. The battlefield shifts. The rules break and rewrite themselves. Those who refuse to adapt are left behind. In combat, those who rely on one technique die at the hands of those who can evolve. In life, those who cling to one way of thinking are crushed by those who learn, pivot, and master new strategies. Your mind must be fluid. Your will must be unbreakable. You must be able to adjust, evolve, and strike without hesitation. Because the world does not care about what worked yesterday. It only rewards those who can dominate today. The mind is the ultimate weapon. The strongest men are not those who lift the most. They are the ones who control their minds. Everything, strength, skill, success, starts in the mind. A warrior who cannot control his mind is already dead. A man who is ruled by his emotions is a slave to the world. Discipline your thoughts, and you will discipline your life. Detach from distractions. Detach from desires. Detach from the illusion that anything outside of you can make you whole. Nothing is owed to you. Nothing is promised. You are either forging yourself into a weapon, or you are rusting in place. Live with purpose. Do not act following customary beliefs. Do not follow the herd. Do not live by the expectations of others. Do not waste your life walking a path you did not choose. Mastery means forging your own way. It means rejecting mediocrity. It means breaking free from the chains that society wraps around you. It means taking full responsibility for your existence. Most people are waiting for permission, waiting for the right time, waiting for life to hand them what they want. No, the way is in training. Mastery is not about waiting. It is about doing. It is about showing up. Every day. No excuses, no hesitation, no surrender. It is about choosing to fight when weakness tells you to quit. It is about looking fear in the eye and stepping forward anyway. It is about understanding that the war you fight is not against the world. It is against yourself. And if you can master yourself, you will master everything. We will now cover the 8 essential lessons to implement this wisdom into your life. These are not just lessons. These are weapons. Each one is designed to destroy weakness, sharpen your discipline, and forge you into something unbreakable. Apply them, and you will never be the same again. Lesson 1. The way is in training. If you want to be great at something, there is only one way. Consistent, deliberate action. You will not rise to the level of your goals. You will fall to the level of your training. This is the foundation of all mastery. The greatest warriors, the most powerful leaders, the most successful people in history, they did not wake up one day and suddenly become great. They trained for it, relentlessly, day after day, in the cold, in the dark, in solitude. And now, you have a choice. Will you be one of them, or will you be like the rest? 1. You are what you do daily. Excellence is not an accident. It is the result of daily discipline. Most people dream of success. They talk about it. They fantasize about a better future. But when it comes time to act, they hesitate. They wait for motivation. They wait for the right time. No. Success is built in the unseen hours, in the repetition of habits that most people are too weak to maintain. If you train half-heartedly, you will perform half-heartedly. If you cut corners in practice, you will fail when it matters most. Your daily actions shape your destiny. You want to be strong? Train every day, no matter how tired you are. You want to be intelligent? Study every day, even when it's boring. You want to be rich? Build something every day, even when nobody sees the results. If you do something inconsistently, you will never master it. 2. Repetition is the mother of mastery. If you do something once, you will never master it. If you do something 10 times, you will be average at best. But if you do something 1,000 times, you will dominate. Mastery is about volume and precision. Think about the warrior who has practiced one strike 10,000 times versus the one who has learned 10,000 different techniques but never mastered one. Who wins in battle? The one who has refined their technique until it is second nature. A fighter throws thousands of punches until his body reacts without thought. A musician plays the same notes over and over until they become instinct. A businessman makes countless deals, refining his strategy with each failure. If you want to be unstoppable, do the same thing every day until it becomes impossible to fail. 3. No shortcuts, no hacks, just the work. The weak chase shortcuts. They want results without the suffering. They want the rewards without the sacrifice. That is why they never win. The world is filled with distractions, with people selling easy answers. Get rich quick, burn fat fast, become successful overnight. But deep down, you know the truth. There is no easy way. There is no magic formula. There is only the work. Every great warrior, every great artist, every great leader, they all trained in the dark before they were seen in the light. The fighter who trains alone in the early morning, throwing strikes when nobody is watching. The writer who sits in silence, crafting pages of work while others waste time. The entrepreneur who grinds away for years before success is visible. You must be willing to do what others won't, to achieve what others can't. 4. You must show up. Every day, no matter how you feel. The weak wait until they feel like working. The strong work regardless of how they feel. You are not entitled to motivation. Some days you will wake up tired. Some days you will doubt yourself. Some days you will want to quit. It does not matter. You train anyway. You show up anyway. Because your feelings do not dictate your actions. A warrior does not only practice on the days he feels strong. A builder does not only lay bricks when he is in the mood. A winner does not only grind when conditions are perfect. Consistency beats intensity. Anyone can go hard for a day. Few can go hard for years. This is why most people fail. They only work when it's convenient. But the one who trains every day, through pain, through doubt, through hardship, that is the one who will dominate. 5. Stop waiting. The only way to get better is to start. How many days have you wasted waiting for the perfect moment? How many opportunities have passed because you told yourself tomorrow? You are either training today or you are making excuses. There is no other option. You don't wait until you feel confident. You train and confidence follows. You don't wait until conditions are perfect. You start where you are. You don't wait until you are ready. You get ready by doing. The people who succeed in life are not the smartest. They are not the most talented. They are the ones who took action when others hesitated. You can either be the person who talks about training or the person who is training. Choose. 6. Train relentlessly. The work never ends. Mastery is a lifetime pursuit. It never stops. It never slows. There is no "I have arrived." There is no "I am done." There is only the next level. The greatest warriors in history did not stop training after victory. They sharpened their skills even further. They prepared for the next challenge. The second you stop training, you begin to decay. The moment you stop growing, you start dying. The moment you stop learning, you become irrelevant. The moment you stop training, you become weak. The way is in training. The only way forward is through the work. You train or you rot. There is no middle ground. Right now, you have a choice. You can ignore this lesson. You can keep waiting, keep procrastinating, keep hoping for an easy way out. Or you can train. You can take action today, not tomorrow, not next week, not when you feel ready. Because the clock is ticking, and the future belongs to those who show up every day, put in the work, and train like their life depends on it. Does your future belong to you? Only you can decide. Lesson 2. Destroy the enemy within. Your greatest enemy is not out there. It is not the competition. It is not society. It is not some external force holding you back. The enemy is in your head. It is the voice that whispers, "Take it easy." It is the hesitation before you take action. It is the fear that keeps you frozen when you should be moving forward. It is the excuses you tell yourself to justify your lack of discipline. This enemy does not sleep. It waits. It lurks in the shadows, feeding off your weakness. And if you do not kill it, it will kill everything you could have been. So the question is, are you ready to go to war? 1. Hesitation is the language of failure. Hesitation is a slow death. The moment you hesitate, you give weakness an opening. You allow doubt to creep in. You let fear take hold. Hesitation is the reason people stay stuck. They overthink. They analyze. They wait for the right moment. But the right moment never comes. You hesitate to start the project. You hesitate to take the risk. You hesitate to take the first step toward the life you say you want. And while you hesitate, someone else is taking action. Someone else is putting in the work. Someone else is taking the spot that should have been yours. The way to kill hesitation? Move. The moment you feel yourself pausing, act. The moment doubt creeps in, strike. The moment the voice says, maybe later, do it now. Train yourself to be a person of action, because those who hesitate are left behind. 2. Laziness is the enemy of growth. Laziness is the drug of the weak. It disguises itself as rest. It justifies itself with self-care. But do not be fooled. The more you feed laziness, the weaker you become. Every time you skip training, you are feeding laziness. Every time you procrastinate, you are feeding laziness. Every time you choose comfort over discipline, you are feeding laziness. And what happens when you keep feeding something? It grows. Laziness grows until it consumes you. Until you wake up one day realizing you have wasted years. Until you look in the mirror and hate what you see. Kill it before it kills you. When you don't feel like working, work. When you don't feel like training, train. When you don't feel like moving forward, move forward anyway. Laziness is not destroyed by thinking. It is destroyed by doing. 3. Fear is a lie. Fear will keep you chained. Fear will keep you small. Most people are slaves to their fears. Fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of discomfort. And yet, fear is an illusion. It is a trick of the mind. It is nothing more than thoughts. Nothing more than a whisper trying to stop you from becoming who you were meant to be. Think back to every time you let fear stop you. Every time you backed down. Every time you walked away. Did the world end? No. The worst case scenario never happened. The fear was never real. But you still let it win. Not anymore. The way to destroy fear is to face it. The way to destroy fear is to act despite it. If you fear failure, fail on purpose. Learn that it means nothing. If you fear rejection, get rejected over and over. Desensitize yourself. If you fear discomfort, seek it out. Train yourself to thrive in it. Fear only controls those who submit to it. But once you expose fear for the lie that it is, you are free. 4. Kill excuses on sight. Excuses are the weapons of the weak. I don't have time. No. You waste time. I don't feel motivated. No. You lack discipline. I'll start tomorrow. No. You'll never start. Excuses are comfortable. They protect your ego. They allow you to remain weak while pretending it's not your fault. But here's the truth. You are exactly where you deserve to be. Your life is the sum total of the actions you have taken, or failed to take. The only way out is to kill your excuses. The moment you hear yourself making an excuse, attack it. The moment your mind tries to justify weakness, shut it down. The moment you feel the urge to avoid responsibility, own it instead. You either live by excuses or you live by results, but never both. 5. Eliminate weak language. The words you speak shape your reality. Most people are weak because they speak weakness into existence. I'll try. No. Say, I will. I hope this works. No. Say, I will make this work. I'm not sure if I can. Say, I will find a way. Stop speaking doubt into your life. Stop poisoning your mindset with hesitation and uncertainty. Speak with conviction. Speak with power. Because the more you speak like a warrior, the more you become one. 6. Develop ruthless self-awareness. You cannot kill what you refuse to see. Most people are blind to their own weakness. They are slaves to their own patterns. They lie to themselves, saying they are doing their best when they are really operating at 50%. That ends now. If you want to destroy the enemy within, you must first know it. Track your habits. Every wasted hour, every moment of hesitation. Journal your excuses. Write them down. Expose them. See them for the lies they are. Analyze your patterns. Where do you consistently fail? Where does weakness always creep in? The more you study yourself, the more you will see your blind spots. And once you see them, you can eliminate them. 7. You win the battle within, or you lose everything. This is not a game. This is not theory. This is war. A war against hesitation, against laziness, against fear, against everything inside of you that wants to keep you weak. And you either win this war, or you lose everything. Because if you do not master your mind, someone else will. If you do not conquer yourself, the world will conquer you. If you do not destroy your weakness, it will destroy your potential. There is no middle ground. Either you train your mind to be your greatest weapon, or it will become your greatest prison. The enemy is inside you. It knows your weaknesses. It knows your doubts. It knows exactly how to keep you small. You either kill it every day, or it will bury you alive. So wake up, fight back, destroy the enemy within, and become unstoppable. Lesson 3. Fear is an illusion. Act anyway. Fear has stolen more dreams than failure ever will. Most people do not fail because they are incapable. They fail because they never begin. They let fear dictate their actions. They allow hesitation to poison their ambition. And slowly, over time, their potential dies. Not in some dramatic moment of defeat, but in a series of small, cowardly retreats. But here's the truth. Fear is not real. It is a shadow, a ghost, a whisper in the back of your mind. Fear has no power except the power you give it. So the question is, will you be its servant? Or will you break free? 1. Fear is a mental prison. Destroy it. The greatest enemy you will ever face is the one in your mind. Fear will tell you, you're not good enough. What if you fail? What will people think? Maybe later, when you're ready. Lies. Every time you listen, you make the prison walls stronger. Every time you obey fear, you chain yourself to mediocrity. If you wait until you are fearless, you will wait forever. The truth is, the fear never goes away, but you must act anyway. Fear is not the problem. Your reaction to it is, which leads us to the first law of overcoming fear. 2. Rewire your response to fear. Most people feel fear and immediately retreat. They hesitate. They overthink. They talk themselves out of action. That is why they stay stuck. Winners, those who dominate in life, feel the same fear, but they move forward anyway. Fear says, stop. You say, move. Fear says, wait. You say, go. Fear says, play it safe. You say, risk everything. Train yourself to attack when fear appears. Treat fear as a call to action. If you fear speaking up, speak up. If you fear failure, fail on purpose and learn. If you fear rejection, go get rejected over and over until you are numb to it. Once you start doing what fear tells you not to, you realize something powerful. Fear has no teeth. It was never real to begin with. 3. Hesitation is the language of failure. Move fast. Hesitation is how fear wins. The more time you give yourself to think, the more time fear has to whisper doubt into your mind. You hesitate to start the business. You hesitate to approach the opportunity. You hesitate to take the risk. And while you hesitate, someone else is acting. While you delay, your chance is disappearing. Fear thrives in hesitation. The longer you wait, the stronger it becomes. The key? Move before fear has time to take root. Make decisions quickly. Take action immediately. Speak before your doubt can silence you. Leap before your mind can paralyze you. Speed kills fear. The faster you act, the less power fear has over you. 4. Fear of pain is weakness. Embrace discomfort. Most people are afraid of pain. The pain of struggle, the pain of failure, the pain of discipline. So they avoid it. They seek comfort instead. This is why they fail. Pain is not the enemy. Pain is the price of strength. The greatest warriors do not run from pain. They chase it. They understand that the more discomfort they endure, the more powerful they become. So what does this mean for you? It means you must train yourself to seek discomfort. Take cold showers. Feel the shock. Adapt. Train when you're tired. Push through. Speak in front of people even when you shake. Face the judgment. Wake up early when you want to sleep in. Strengthen your willpower. Every day, do something that makes you uncomfortable. Because comfort breeds weakness, and weakness breeds failure. 5. Train your mind for war. Fear is a battle that happens in the mind before it ever reaches the body. If you do not condition your thoughts, you will fold under pressure. You must prepare your mind the same way a warrior prepares for battle. Expect pain. Life will test you. The weak crumble. The strong push through. Expect fear. It never goes away. The only question is, will you bow to it? Expect struggle. Nothing worth having is easy. If it were, everyone would do it. A weak mind is a defeated mind. A strong mind is unstoppable. Your thoughts must be as sharp as a blade. Ruthless, disciplined, cold. No more soft language. No more I hope. No more I'll try. You do, or you do not. 6. The only way out is through. There is no avoiding fear. You cannot run from it. You cannot hide from it. You cannot outthink it. There is only one solution. Go through it. Fear of failure? Fail until it no longer affects you. Fear of rejection? Get rejected until you don't care anymore. Fear of looking stupid? Make mistakes on purpose and learn. The faster you face fear, the faster it loses its grip on you. Every time you do what fear tells you not to do, you take its power. And eventually, fear stops trying to control you. 7. Act now, or be a slave forever. Fear is a prison. It will chain you. It will rob you of your potential. It will leave you on your deathbed with nothing but regret. But here's the truth. Fear can only control you if you let it. You have a choice. You can live your life hesitating, waiting, holding back. Or you can decide, right now, that fear will never dictate your life again. From this moment forward, fear says, stop. You move. Fear says, hesitate. You decide immediately. Fear says, play it safe. You risk it all. Because on the other side of fear is everything you've ever wanted. Fear is an illusion. It is not real. It cannot stop you. It only has the power you give it. So what will you choose? Hesitation, regret, and a lifetime of playing it safe? Or boldness, action, and a future that belongs to you? The choice is yours. But know this, If you do not kill fear, it will kill your potential. Act anyway. Lesson 4. Eliminate everything that weakens you. The world is a battlefield, and most people don't even realize they're under attack. Everywhere you turn, there are distractions designed to keep you weak, passive, and average. The modern world does not care about your greatness. It profits from your weakness. It wants you entertained, distracted, and docile. The difference between those who rise and those who stay mediocre is simple. One eliminates everything that weakens them, the other indulges in it. The question is, which one are you? If you want to be strong, mentally, physically, financially, you must strip away everything that does not serve your purpose. If it is not sharpening you, it is dulling you. If it is not feeding your mind, it is poisoning it. Your job is clear. Eliminate anything that makes you weaker. 1. Weak men drown in comfort. Strong men strip away what is unnecessary. Comfort is a slow death. It creeps up on you like a disease. It feels good in the moment, but before you know it, it has softened your mind, weakened your body, and stolen years of your life. Too much comfort in your diet, you get fat. Too much comfort in your finances, you stay broke. Too much comfort in your routine, you become stagnant. Too much comfort in your mind, you become soft. Weak men seek comfort. Strong men seek growth. The solution? Cut out everything that keeps you weak. The more you eliminate, the stronger you become. 2. Social media is a trap. Limit it or cut it entirely. Social media is not entertainment. It is engineered addiction. It steals your time. It weakens your focus. It tricks you into thinking you're doing something when you're doing nothing. Most people wake up, and the first thing they do is scroll. They let their mind be filled with useless information, other people's lives, and negative opinions before they even start their day. And then they wonder why they lack focus, confidence, and discipline. Fix this immediately. Delete apps that waste your time. Turn off notifications. Set time limits, or quit completely. Your energy should be spent building your own life, not watching others live theirs. 3. Cut out toxic people. Not everyone deserves a seat at your table. Some people drain your energy. Some people poison your mindset. Some people keep you small because they are too weak to grow themselves. The company you keep is either a weapon that sharpens you or a disease that infects you. Toxic friends who complain, gossip, and have no ambition? Cut them off. Family members who belittle you, drag you down, and doubt your potential? Distance yourself. People who live in fear and try to project it onto you? Ignore them. You do not owe anyone access to your mind, energy, or time. If they are not making you stronger, they are making you weaker. Fix this immediately. Surround yourself with winners. People who push you, challenge you, and hold you accountable. Keep your circle small. Quality over quantity. If no one around you is growing, become your own source of strength. 4th, distractions. Disguised as entertainment. Entertainment is not the problem. Excess entertainment is. Most people are drowning in distractions and don't even realize it. Netflix binges. Watching hours of TV but complaining about a lack of time. Video games. Leveling up in a fake world while staying stagnant in reality. Gossip. Talking about other people's lives instead of improving your own. Fix this immediately. Set strict limits on entertainment. An hour of focused work is more valuable than 10 hours of passive consumption. Replace consumption with creation. Read books. Build skills. Work on your craft. Ask yourself, Does this make me better? If the answer is no, stop wasting time on it. You can either be entertained or you can be successful, but never both in excess. 5. Do nothing that is of no use. This is a rule to live by. If something does not serve your mission, your growth, or your future, eliminate it. The food you eat, the people you listen to, the media you consume, the habits you repeat, the thoughts you entertain. Fix this immediately. Every action, every habit, every decision. Ask yourself, does this make me stronger or weaker? If it weakens you, cut it. If it distracts you, eliminate it. If it does not serve your mission, walk away from it. The more you remove what is unnecessary, the sharper your mind becomes, the stronger your body becomes, the faster your progress becomes. 6. Ruthlessly audit your life. Weakness creeps in silently. It hides in your habits, your surroundings, your routines. You must be ruthless in finding and eliminating it. Fix this immediately. Audit your time. Where is it going? Are you wasting it, or are you using it to build? Audit your environment. Does your space inspire focus, or does it keep you distracted? Audit your mindset. Are your thoughts making you stronger or weaker? No mercy. No hesitation. Cut out everything that does not serve you. 7. If it's not helping you, it's hurting you. There is no neutral ground. Everything you do, every choice, every habit, every relationship is either sharpening you or destroying you. Fix this immediately. Make elimination a habit. Every month, remove one thing that is holding you back. Create an environment of growth. Surround yourself with books, knowledge, and people who inspire strength. Remember, weakness is not always obvious. It often disguises itself as comfort, entertainment, and fun. Be ruthless in cutting it out. You can be entertained, distracted, and weak. Or you can be focused, disciplined, and powerful. But you cannot be both. Lesson 5. Adapt or die. The world is ruthless. It does not care about your comfort, your past, or your excuses. It moves forward with or without you. The weak resist change. They cling to the past. They refuse to evolve. And so, they die. Mentally, financially, and even physically. But the strong adapt. They adjust their strategy when the battlefield shifts. They learn new skills when the world changes. They evolve faster than the circumstances around them. And because of this, they survive. They thrive. They dominate. The lesson is simple. Adapt or die. 1. Adaptability is power. Survival is not about strength. It is about adaptability. Look at history. The most powerful warriors were not the ones with the biggest armies or the sharpest swords. They were the ones who adjusted their strategy faster than their enemies. The same rule applies today. The economy shifts. The weak panic. The strong adjust. Technology advances. The weak complain. The strong learn. New opportunities arise. The weak hesitate. The strong strike. The difference between those who win and those who lose is not intelligence or talent. It is the ability to adapt on command. If you do not evolve, you will be left behind. 2. The weak cling to the past. The strong evolve. Weak people hold on to what is familiar, even when it no longer serves them. They refuse to change careers because they are comfortable. They refuse to change their mindset because this is just who I am. They refuse to learn new skills because it's too late for me. And so, they stay exactly where they are. Stuck, powerless, forgotten. The strong do the opposite. They cut off anything that no longer serves them. They let go of past versions of themselves. They constantly evolve, mentally, physically, financially. Fix this immediately. Stop saying, "That's just who I am." Stop clinging to how things used to be. Stop resisting change. Embrace it, because those who resist are erased. 3. Become a student of life. The world is your battlefield, and learning is your greatest weapon. The more perspectives you understand, the more strategies you master, the more skills you acquire, the harder you are to defeat. Fix this immediately. Read widely. Business, psychology, warfare, philosophy. Learn from all of them. Study different skills. The more you know, the more adaptable you become. Learn from failure. Every loss is a lesson. Every setback is data. Use it. The more knowledge you absorb, the faster you adapt. 4. Detach from identity. Never say, "That's just who I am." This is the excuse of the weak. Fix this immediately. Stop clinging to an old version of yourself. Stop labeling yourself in ways that limit you. Stop resisting growth because of your past. Be fluid. Be formless. Be willing to change at any moment. The moment you lock yourself into a single identity, you become fragile. The strong reinvent themselves constantly. 5. Expect the unexpected. Stay calm in chaos. Most people panic when things do not go according to plan. Fix this immediately. Train your mind to stay calm under pressure. Expect things to go wrong. They always do. Learn to think strategically in uncertainty. The calmest mind wins. The moment you master control over yourself, you can adapt to any battlefield. 6. You either bend or you break. Life will test you. You will be hit. Fix this immediately. When obstacles appear, adjust. When the market changes, adapt. When your plan fails, find a new way forward. If you resist, you break. If you adapt, you dominate. 7. Those who adapt survive. Those who refuse are left behind. Look around you. The weak are always the ones complaining about how things used to be better. The strong, they do not care. They evolve, adjust, and take advantage of what is next. Fix this immediately. Drop the nostalgia. The past is dead. The future is yours. Study what is coming. Position yourself ahead of the curve. Become so adaptable that no matter what happens, you thrive. If you cannot evolve, you will die in irrelevance. If you refuse to grow, you will become obsolete. The world does not wait. You either adapt or you disappear. So which will you choose? Lesson 6. Control your mind. Control your life. Your mind is your greatest weapon or your worst enemy. It can either forge you into something unstoppable or keep you trapped in weakness, doubt, and mediocrity. Most people let their minds rot. They allow distractions, fear, and self-sabotage to take over. They let their emotions control them instead of controlling their emotions. They drown in thoughts they never trained, allowing their own mind to become their greatest prison. But the few who understand this truth, they master themselves. They master the battlefield. They master life. Because control the mind, and you control everything. 1. The undisciplined mind is a prison. The disciplined mind is unstoppable. If your mind is weak, your life will be weak. An untrained mind is a battlefield where doubt, fear, and weakness win every single day. You want to take action? Your weak mind tells you to hesitate. You want to be disciplined? Your weak mind tells you to rest. You want to build something great? Your weak mind finds a distraction. This is why most people never reach their potential. They are slaves to their emotions, slaves to their impulses, slaves to a mind that was never trained for war. If you want to break free, you must take control. Control your thoughts. Control your emotions. Control your focus. The stronger your mind, the more power you have over every aspect of your life. 2. Meditate. Sit in silence. Watch your thoughts. Master them. Most people fear silence. They drown themselves in constant noise, scrolling through their phone, mindlessly consuming content, always avoiding being alone with their own mind. Why? Because when the noise stops, they are forced to face their own thoughts. Fix this immediately. Every day, sit in silence. No phone, no distractions, just your thoughts. Observe them. See how your mind jumps from one thing to another, how easily distracted it is. Gain control. Learn to direct your mind instead of letting it control you. Meditation is not about relaxation. It is about mental domination. The ability to sit still and control your mind is the first step toward becoming unshakable. 3rd train, emotional detachment. Weak people react emotionally to everything. They get offended easily. They lose focus when life gets difficult. They crumble under pressure. A mind ruled by emotions is a weak mind. Fix this immediately. Stop reacting. Pause before you respond. Train yourself to analyze situations logically, not emotionally. Stop being offended. Emotions are weapons used to control the weak. Refuse to be controlled. Stop attaching your happiness to outcomes. Discipline greater than emotion. The world cannot break you if you do not react emotionally. Train yourself to be cold, logical, unmoved. Because the one who controls his emotions controls the battlefield. 4. Control your focus. Where your focus goes, your life follows. Your focus is the most valuable asset you have, yet most people waste it. Scrolling mindlessly through social media, watching endless entertainment that adds nothing to their life, consuming negativity instead of feeding their mind with strength. Fix this immediately. Cut out distractions. If it is not making you stronger, it is making you weaker. Guard your attention like your life depends on it, because it does. Direct your focus toward building something, a skill, a business, a powerful body, an unbreakable mind. Weak men waste their focus on meaningless things. Strong men sharpen their focus and bend reality to their will. 5. Master your thoughts or be a slave to them. Your thoughts create your reality. The way you think determines the actions you take, the way you handle adversity, the way you see yourself and your potential. Weak people let their minds be poisoned. They allow fear, doubt, and negativity to control them. They let their past dictate their future. Fix this immediately. Destroy negative self-talk. You are not your past failures. You are not your weaknesses. You are what you decide to become. Reprogram your mind. Every day, train your thoughts toward discipline, strength, and confidence. Use affirmations with action. Words alone mean nothing. Reinforce every powerful thought with execution. Your mind is either a weapon or a cage. Master it. 6. The strongest warriors are those who have mastered their thoughts. Strength is not just physical. A man who can lift heavy weights, but cannot control his emotions, his thoughts, or his focus, is still weak. The greatest warriors in history, those who dominated their enemies, built empires, and shaped history, were the ones who had iron discipline over their own mind. Fix this immediately. Make mental training part of your daily routine. Just like the body, the mind must be conditioned. Push your limits daily. Do something difficult. Train when you don't want to. Read when you are tired. Work when others rest. See obstacles as training. Every hardship is a test of mental strength. Pass the test. The body will decay. The mind will last. Train it like your life depends on it, because it does. A weak mind leads to a weak life. An undisciplined mind will destroy you. Fix this immediately. Meditate daily. Cut out distractions. Train yourself to be emotionally detached. Control your focus. Master your thoughts. The mind is the battlefield. Win there, and you win everywhere. Lesson 7. Reject comfort. Seek the hard path. Comfort is a slow and silent killer. It lulls you into complacency. It weakens your willpower. It turns you into a shadow of what you could have been. The weak chase comfort. They seek the easy route. They avoid struggle, avoid pain, avoid anything that requires real effort. And because of that, they stay exactly where they are. Small, average, forgettable. The strong do the opposite. They reject comfort. They seek out pain. They willingly step into hardship because they know the harder the path, the stronger they become. If you want to be powerful, if you want to be successful, if you want to be anything more than average, you must choose discomfort every single day. You can have comfort, or you can have greatness. You cannot have both. 1. Comfort is the death of all ambition. Look at every person who never reached their potential. Look at every dream that died before it could be realized. Look at every wasted life, and you will see the same pattern. They chose comfort over discipline. They slept in instead of working. They ate junk instead of fueling their body. They avoided pain instead of embracing it. They settled for good enough instead of pushing for greatness. Fix this immediately. Stop seeking comfort. Start seeking challenge. Stop doing what is easy. Start doing what is hard. Stop making excuses. Start making progress. Your level of success is directly tied to how much discomfort you are willing to endure. 2. Success is simple. Do what is hard. Most people fail because they overcomplicate success. They look for shortcuts. They look for hacks. They try to find the easiest way to get what they want. That is why they stay weak. Success is simple. Do what is hard. Fix this immediately. Train when you don't feel like it. Wake up early, even when you're tired. Work when others rest. Face your fears instead of running from them. Everything you want is on the other side of pain and effort. You will never reach it by doing what is easy. 3. Deliberately do hard things. Discipline is not something you are born with. It is trained. Fix this immediately. Take cold showers. Train your mind to endure discomfort. Push your workouts to the limit. Make your body strong so your mind follows. Do things that scare you. Fear weakens the weak. It sharpens the strong. Make suffering part of your daily routine. The more difficult things you do, the easier everything else becomes. If you train your mind to thrive in pain, nothing can break you. 4. Embrace pain. Pain is not the enemy. Pain is the cost of power. Pain is not something to avoid. Pain is the currency of strength, wisdom, and success. Fix this immediately. Every time you feel pain, reframe it. Instead of saying, "This sucks," say, "This is making me stronger." Every time you want to quit, push harder. Let pain be the trigger that makes you go further. Every time you face a challenge, smile. This is what separates you from the weak. Pain is a tool. Use it. The more pain you endure, the more powerful you become. 5. Sacrifice. Pleasure for progress. Weak men chase pleasure. They want the dopamine hit. They want the instant gratification. They want the reward without the work. and that is why they stay exactly where they are. Fix this immediately. Stop chasing distractions. Entertainment is keeping you average. Stop seeking cheap pleasure. If it gives you comfort, it is making you weaker. Delay gratification. Work now, enjoy later. Success demands sacrifice. You either sacrifice pleasure for progress or progress for pleasure. Choose wisely. 6. If you are not suffering for your goals, you will suffer from regret. There are 2 types of suffering in life. The suffering of discipline, temporary, leads to success, makes you strong. The suffering of regret, permanent, leads to nothing, makes you weak. You will suffer either way. The only choice you have is which suffering you accept. Fix this immediately. When you feel like quitting, remember, regret is worse than pain. When you want to take the easy way out, remember, that is how people fail. When you are struggling, remember, this is what makes you different. The pain of discipline is temporary. The pain of regret lasts forever. If you want an easy life, you will have a hard future. If you want a powerful life, you must choose the hard path every single day. Fix this immediately. Reject comfort. Do what is difficult. Embrace pain. Sacrifice pleasure. Seek out suffering. The weak will never understand this, but that is why they will never win. Choose your path wisely. The hard path is the only path to greatness. Lesson 8. Live with purpose or die forgotten. Most people drift through life. They wake up, go to a job they hate, distract themselves with entertainment, and repeat the cycle until they die. They live as if they have unlimited time, as if their existence means nothing. And for most, it doesn't. They follow the script given to them by society. They do what they're told. They obey the system. They never ask the hard questions. They never step outside the lines. They never choose their own path. And so, they die as nothing. That will not be you. If you are reading this, something inside you is waking up. You are not here to be average. You are not here to blend into the background. You are here to carve your own path, to live with such intensity and purpose that when your time is up, the world will know you were here. 1. Define your mission. If you do not define your mission, someone else will. Look around. The majority of people are just tools in someone else's plan. They work for a system that doesn't care about them. They chase goals they never questioned. They live a life they never truly chose. Why? Because they never stopped to define their own purpose. Fix this immediately. Ask yourself, what am I here to do? If you don't know, start searching. Read, train, explore, find your fire. Do not settle for survival. You are here for something greater. If you do not take control of your destiny, you will become a pawn in someone else's. 2. Do not follow the herd. The herd is blind. The herd is weak. The herd walks toward a meaningless death. Most people work a job they hate to buy things they don't need. Live for weekends and distractions to escape their reality. Follow trends instead of thinking for themselves. And then they wonder why they feel empty. Fix this immediately. Stop chasing what society tells you to chase. Stop following people who are going nowhere. Stop caring what others think. Forge your own path. And if you walk alone, good. That means you are truly free. 3. Commit fully. No half measures. Weak men dip their toes in the water. They hesitate. They want security, safety, and guarantees before they act. That is why they fail. Fix this immediately. Burn the bridges behind you. No way back. Only forward. Stop playing small. You get one life. Go all in. Kill hesitation. The moment you decide, act. Most people live with a backup plan, a safety net, because deep down, they don't believe in themselves. If you want to win, commit so hard that failure is not an option. 4. Live with intensity. Most people live like they have all the time in the world. They waste their years in distractions, meaningless entertainment, and passive living. Then one day, time runs out. They look back, full of regret, knowing they left everything undone. Fix this immediately. Wake up every day as if it's your last. Give everything to your mission. Hold nothing back. Chase your goals so relentlessly that people think you are insane. Because you do not have time. Time is bleeding away every second. And when death comes, you will not be begging for more time. Because you lived fully. 5. If you die today, will you be proud? Answer this honestly. If today was your last day, would you be satisfied with what you've done? Or would you regret every moment you wasted? Fix this immediately. Start living like your time is limited, because it is. Remove everything meaningless. No distractions. No wasted days. Make every action count. Build and grow. Leave something behind, because you will die. And when that moment comes, you should not be afraid. You should smile, knowing you left nothing undone. Most people exist. Few truly live. The weak will die with nothing to show for their time on earth. Fix this immediately. Find your mission. Walk your own path. Commit fully. Live with relentless intensity. If you do this, your name will not be forgotten. If you do this, you will live forever. To the warriors who return, you already know what this is. You are part of the few, the relentless, the ones who refuse to live a weak existence. And to those who are new here, this is your wake-up call. The grim face movement is not for everyone. It is for those who refuse mediocrity. It is for those who reject weakness. It is for those who are ready to take full control of their lives, their minds, and their destiny. If you are tired of excuses, tired of waiting, tired of being like everyone else, hit that subscribe button and join the movement. Because here, we don't play the victim. We build, we suffer, we rise. Welcome to Grim Face. Now get to work. In the dim corridors of history, where empires fell, where blood dried on ancient marble, where the minds of giants etched whispers into the stone of time, one thing remained: philosophy, not as a luxury, not as idle thought, but as survival for the soul, as a lifeline for those who dared to ask why they even existed in the first place. It's not an art for the safe. It's a weapon for those at war with themselves. You see, we've inherited a world that bombards us with distraction, pleasure over purpose, convenience over character. And in all this noise, we've forgotten something vital, that there's a part of us waiting to be awakened, a silent, feral truth beneath the surface of who we pretend to be. Today, we dig that part out. We sharpen it. We breathe it into flame. Because buried under the ruins of modern decay lies the ancient fire that still knows your name. We suffer, not because the world is cruel, but because we keep trying to control what was never ours. Seneca once said, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." He wasn't offering comfort. He was revealing the chains we build in our minds. You can't control what they say. You can't control how they betray you. You can't stop the chaos. But you can choose how you show up in it. That's Stoicism. The ruthless discipline of only investing energy into what you control. Your thoughts, your attitude, your response. The rest? Let it burn. Let it fall. Let it rot if it must. You owe it nothing. Indifference doesn't mean apathy. It means composure. It means being the eye in the hurricane, not the leaf caught in the wind. This isn't passive acceptance. This is active freedom. When you no longer waste your spirit chasing the uncontrollable, you become unstoppable. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. No. It exposes you. It reveals what you really are. And most of us, we're terrified of what's beneath the surface. Nietzsche didn't speak to the crowd. He spoke to the one in the corner, the exile, the black sheep, the one who's tasted hell and still stands. The will to power is not about dominating others. It's about conquering yourself, about ripping the weakness out of your bones and replacing it with fire. It's about walking into suffering, not with fear, but with hunger. Pain is no longer your enemy. It's your raw material. You think success comes from motivation? No. It comes from dragging yourself forward when your heart is broken, your knuckles are bleeding, and every voice says, "Give up." And you answer, "No, not yet." Your beliefs, they were handed to you by frightened people, by broken systems, by liars in pretty suits. Socrates knew this. He knew truth doesn't come from answers. It comes from questions. Why do you believe what you believe? Why do you fear what you fear? Why are you who you are? Ask, and keep asking, until the layers peel off and you're face to face with the raw, scarred creature inside. Then, keep asking, because that is where truth begins, when lies start screaming to stay alive. To question is to rebel. To question is to carve out your identity with a knife made of thought. And most of the world would rather sleep, but not us. No, we were born to wake up screaming. You chase intensity, you binge, you break, you burn out. You think balance is for the weak. No, balance is for the ones who plan to endure. Aristotle saw virtue not in extremes, but in mastery of the middle. Not in recklessness nor cowardice, but in courage. Not in indulgence nor denial, but in discipline. The world pulls you in all directions. One says work yourself to death. The other whispers, numb yourself with pleasure. And both are traps. The golden mean is the edge between chaos and control. To walk that edge takes more strength than falling into either side. It is the blade's path, and those who walk it are rare. They are deliberate, unshakable, dangerous. The world is not here to give you meaning. It's not here to make sense. It's a stage with no script, and you're holding the pen. Existentialism stares into the abyss and doesn't look away. It tells you, there is no destiny, no divine plan, only you, your decisions, your creation. Terrifying, yes, but also liberating, because it means no one can take your purpose, because you're the one who built it. And if your life feels empty, then maybe you've been waiting for meaning instead of making it. You want freedom? Take responsibility for your thoughts, for your patterns, for your life. That's the price. That's the weight. That's the glory. Attachment is a chain, polished, comfortable, addictive, but a chain nonetheless. You cling to people who've already let go. You cling to a future that may never come. You cling to who you were, instead of becoming what you could be. Buddha didn't say, don't love. He said, Don't imprison your happiness in things that can vanish. Non-attachment doesn't mean you feel less. It means you fear less. It means you hold life with open hands. You stop squeezing it until it bleeds. Let go. Not because you're weak, but because you finally understand you are never in control. In detachment, there is strength. And in that strength, peace. You live among shadows, reflections of what could be. Plato saw the truth. We are not here to copy the world. We are here to transcend it. The theory of forms tells us there are ideals, truth, beauty, virtue, and you are meant to embody them. Not perfectly, not completely, but relentlessly. To live without chasing the ideal is to rot in mediocrity. You were not made to coast. You were made to climb. To look in the mirror and ask, is this the best I can be? And if the answer is no, then you keep going. Your highest self is out there calling you. Not with comfort, but with fire. This is not poetry. This is war. A war against apathy, against distraction, against the slow death of your potential. Each of these philosophies, each ancient whisper, is a sword. Not to decorate your shelf, but to carry into battle. To live deliberately, to suffer meaningfully, to rise brutally, to love without chains, to question everything, to endure with grace, to walk the edge with poise. This is your armor. This is your fire. Because you are not ordinary. You are not a victim. You are the flame that thinks. So light yourself and burn through the fog. Burn until they see you, until you see yourself. The journey is yours, and the time is now. Lesson 1. Master the sphere of control. Stoicism. Dark truth. Most of your pain is self-inflicted, not because you're weak, but because you're reaching for things that were never yours to hold. The reality. You are drowning in illusion. Look around you. The world is screaming for your attention. Politics, opinions, weather, strangers, algorithms, people's moods, people's reactions, people's validation. None of it is in your control. And yet, you hand them your peace every day. You rage at traffic. You spiral over messages never sent. You obsess over the past and fantasize about futures that will never exist. You waste the fire inside on things that neither know nor care you exist. This is not just inefficiency. This is spiritual suicide. The Stoic code: control what's yours. Let the rest burn. The Stoics weren't detached because they didn't feel. They were detached because they had clarity. They understood that life would test them, betray them, and crush them. So they sharpened one weapon: focus. They drew a line in the dirt. On one side, their mind, their thoughts, their choices. On the other, everything else. They guarded that line like warriors. And in doing so, they found something the world rarely touches: unshakable peace. Your mission: become ruthlessly selective with your energy. You want power? Then stop bleeding out over things you cannot control. You must become surgical, brutal, clear. When life throws chaos at you, ask only one question: is this within my power? If the answer is no, then drop it. Let it fall like a corpse and move forward. Every moment you obsess over what others think, every second you argue with a reality you can't change, you weaken. You trade power for panic, purpose for distraction. But every time you pull back that focus to what is truly yours, you fortify. Build the habit of inner control. 1. List your current worries. Break out your journal. Spill it all. Everything you're angry about, afraid of, Anxious about. Now go down the list. Circle only the ones that you personally, directly control. If it depends on someone else's thoughts, behavior, approval, or a force of nature, it's not yours. Burn the rest, mentally or literally. 2. Live one day like a stoic. Every time you feel overwhelmed, triggered, or stressed, pause. Whisper the question, is this within my power? If it isn't, release it. Refocus. Realign. Let nothing steal your peace unless you willingly hand it over. 3rd journal. Prompt. Did I waste energy today? At the end of the day, write, what did I obsess over that wasn't mine to fix or change? How could I have used that energy differently? What did I actually control today? And how did I handle it? Make it honest. Make it brutal. The truth is your blade. Reflection. Burn this into your mind. What would I be capable of if I only focused on what's mine to control? Imagine the focus, the clarity, the stillness in chaos. Imagine walking through hell with your spine straight, because the fire outside never touches the fire within. That is what awaits you. If you stop feeding your energy to ghosts, you are not powerless, but you are leaking power. It's not that you don't have enough time. It's not that you lack motivation or talent. It's that your mind is tangled in things you were never meant to carry. Untangle it. Take the blade of stoicism and cut ruthlessly. What is yours? Own it fully. What is not? Bury it. This is the beginning of everything. Lesson 2. Embrace the will to power. Nietzsche. Dark truth. Pain will either forge your power or expose your cowardice. The lie you've been sold: avoid pain, seek comfort, play it safe. Every institution you've ever passed through, school, workplace, even home, whispers the same message. Avoid pain. Don't push too far. Stay in line. Play it safe. They want you numb, predictable, obedient. They want you to fear pain because pain wakes you up, and a man who is awake is dangerous. Nietzsche's call: transcend your small self. Friedrich Nietzsche didn't preach comfort. He prophesied transformation. To him, pain wasn't an obstacle. It was the doorway. That which does not kill me makes me stronger. Not poetic, not romantic, instructional. He saw human beings as something not yet finished, something incomplete, and only those who endured suffering, willingly, could rise above the herd. He called this rise the will to power, not domination of others, but domination of yourself, of your fear, of your weakness, of your excuses. The shift. Pain is not the enemy. It is the architect. Here's the brutal truth. Every time you run from discomfort, you confirm your limitations. Every time you avoid a challenge, you say, I am not strong enough. But when you choose the pain, when you walk into the fire on purpose, you send a different message. I am here. I am capable. I will rise. Pain is the forge. Your weakness is the raw ore. The heat is your decision. Your transformation is earned, not given. Objective. Build the discipline to seek voluntary struggle. This is not about masochism. It's not about hurting for the sake of hurting. It's about seeing discomfort as your compass. When your instinct says run, that's your signal to move closer. Because on the other side of discomfort is the next version of you, the one who doesn't flinch. Actions turn pain into power. 1. Identify. One fear or weakness you've been avoiding. Stop lying to yourself. You know what it is. That thing you never speak aloud. That conversation you won't have. That skill you haven't trained. That pattern you keep escaping into. Write it down. Now commit. This week, I confront it. 2. Adopt a challenge of the day. Every morning, write down one uncomfortable task you will complete. It could be cold exposure, having a hard conversation, public speaking, intense physical training, doing the thing you've been procrastinating for months. The key is this: it must scare you slightly. That's how you know it's worthy. By the end of the week, you will be 7 battles deeper into becoming unstoppable. 3. Daily incantation. This will not break me. It will build me. Say it out loud. When it hurts, when you're tired, when your mind begs for relief. Say it again. It is not a mantra. It is a contract with your future self. Reflection. Prompt. Burn it into your mind. Am I avoiding pain, or am I turning it into power? Where have I played small? What would my life look like if I turned every obstacle into a weapon? Don't just reflect. Confront. Interrogate yourself. Ask why you avoid the fire, and who you could become if you stopped running. Bonus ritual. Write your scar journal. Each night, write down one thing you did that made you uncomfortable, what you felt during it, what you learned from it. Watch your resilience expand. Watch your tolerance for fear shrink. Watch yourself harden, beautifully, deliberately, into someone who no longer begs the world to be easy, because they've become strong. The pain is coming either way. You don't get to avoid suffering. Life will hurt you. But if you choose your pain, if you hunt your demons instead of hiding from them, you become more than human. You become the force that turns pressure into power. You become the flame that forges itself. So lean into it. Smash the fear and rise. Lesson 3. Question everything. Socratic method. Dark truth. Most of what you believe about yourself is a lie. Not because you're a liar, but because someone else wrote the script you're still acting out. The unseen cage. Inherited beliefs. Borrowed limitations. Silent chains. You live inside a house of mirrors. Every reflection shows you something, but none of it is real. You say, I'm not confident. I'm bad at money. I could never lead. I always mess things up. But let's ask the forbidden question. Who told you that? Was it a parent? A teacher? Some kid who mocked you in 3rd grade? Or was it just the slow, grinding weight of society carving your identity without permission? You wear beliefs like scars, believing they're part of you. But what if they're not? What if most of who you think you are is nothing more than an echo? The method. Socratic interrogation. Ruthless, curious, freeing. Socrates wasn't trying to be polite. He wasn't interested in making you feel good about your beliefs. He was interested in truth, even if it meant destroying your entire identity to find it. The unexamined life is not worth living. That wasn't a quote. It was a warning. The Socratic method is the practice of questioning everything, especially your own assumptions. Why do you think the way you think? Why do you feel shame about your body? Why do you believe your voice doesn't matter? Is it fact or programming? Objective. Develop the habit of deep, uncomfortable self-inquiry. You are not weak, but you may be unexamined, and that is far more dangerous. The goal here is not to destroy your beliefs for the sake of it. The goal is to burn away the false ones, so you can finally see yourself clearly. Only then can you act from truth, not reaction. Only then can you build you, not what the world trained you to be. Actions. Weaponize self-inquiry. 1. Choose one core belief and interrogate it. Pick a belief you've held for years. Something subtle. For example, I'm not creative. I don't deserve success. People always leave me. I'm just bad at relationships. Now ask, why do I believe this? What's the evidence? Where did this belief come from? Who benefits from me believing this? Is this always true, or just sometimes? Write your answers down. You'll be shocked at how weak most of them are. That's how you know they're false. 2. Engage in Socratic dialogue with someone. Next time someone expresses a belief, don't just nod. Ask, why do you think that? Then, why? And again, why? Do this 5 times. You're not trying to challenge them. You're practicing the method. You'll see how quickly the foundation of any belief crumbles when you chase it to its roots. 3. Journal a belief autopsy. Weekly. Pick one belief a week to dissect, about yourself, the world, or others. Write down what the belief is, where you think it came from, whether it helps or hinders you, what new belief you could adopt instead. This practice will rewire your mental architecture over time. Reflection prompt. Strip yourself bare. What parts of me are inherited, and what parts are actually me? If I lost all my memories, what values, truths, and instincts would I rebuild from scratch? What false beliefs am I defending because I'm afraid of who I might become without them? Sit with this. Let it hurt. This is the sound of chains breaking. Bonus ritual. Burn the old blueprint. When you identify a belief that has ruled your life without merit, write it down on paper. Say it aloud, then light it on fire. Watch the smoke rise. Watch it vanish. Let that be the last time it owns you. You are not your programming. You've been conditioned. We all have. But that doesn't make the lies true. You can question your story. You can rewrite your script. You can rebuild your mind from rubble and ruin. And in doing so, you don't just find clarity. You become dangerous. Because a mind that questions itself is a mind that no one else can control. Lesson 4. Walk the blade. Aristotle's golden mean. Dark truth. Extremes feel powerful, but they secretly hollow you out. They don't give you control. They give you addiction. The seduction of extremes. Power in disguise. The world pushes you to choose sides. Work until you collapse or escape into endless leisure. Be silent and passive, or loud and reckless. Give everything in a relationship, or take until there's nothing left. We are seduced by extremes because they feel intense. Intensity feels like truth. It feels like identity. But what it really is an escape from nuance, from responsibility, from the discipline of thinking. Extremes are easy. Balance, that takes strength. The philosophy, the golden mean, is the warrior's path. Aristotle knew this. He didn't glorify pleasure. He didn't romanticize pain. He pointed to the middle, not the safe zone, but the sharpest edge. The blade between cowardice and recklessness, between indulgence and starvation, between becoming a slave to chaos and a prisoner of control. Virtue is the mean between two vices. The golden mean isn't mediocrity, it's mastery. The fight. Balance is not a feeling, it's a discipline. You won't feel like walking the line. Your emotions will scream for the high. Your ego will beg for the low. But balance doesn't obey impulse. It obeys intention. To walk the blade is to make conscious choices in an unconscious world. To hold your ground when the storm says run. To act with restraint when vengeance feels holy. To rest when grind culture tells you to bleed more. To grind when weakness whispers, You've earned a break. Balance isn't soft, it's surgical. Objective. Train your emotional and behavioral discipline to choose the edge. This is the core of the mean. Every day, every action, every word. Ask yourself, not what feels good, not what looks good, but what is right, what is virtuous, what walks the blade. Actions. Rewire yourself to walk the mean. 1. Audit the extremes in your life. Rate yourself from 1, deficiency, to 10, excess, in these key areas. Work. Are you overworking or avoiding effort? Rest. Too little or using it as an escape. Relationships. Overdependent, detached. Discipline. Obsessed with perfection or constantly slacking. Emotion. Suppressing them or ruled by them. Circle the areas far from 5, the center. Pick 1. That's your target. 2. Create a daily practice to pull it towards center. If you overwork, set a hard shutdown time. If you avoid effort, schedule non-negotiable action blocks. If you're too reactive emotionally, start a 2-minute pause rule before responding to triggers. Balance isn't built in theory, it's trained through ritual. 3rd track, emotional spikes. Every time you feel a surge of anger, elation, sadness, anxiety, ask, is this virtuous or just indulgent? Is this courage or recklessness? Is this joy or escapism? Is this rest or withdrawal? Is this discipline or self-punishment? Let the question slice through the illusion. Reflection. Prompt. Test your resolve. Am I strong enough to choose balance even when extremes feel better? Do I feed on emotional highs because they make me feel alive? Or am I grounded enough to create meaning in the quiet, deliberate middle? Sit with this. This isn't a question for comfort seekers. This is a question for those ready to build a life that doesn't collapse when the feelings fade. Bonus ritual. The blade walk. Each week, pick one area where you typically swing to an extreme. Write it at the top of a page. Underneath, track. When you indulge the extreme. When you resisted and chose the middle. What each choice cost you or gave you. This visual record will reveal the patterns and your power to interrupt them. Balance is not neutral. It's nuclear. The world will push you to be dramatic, reactive, excessive, because that's how systems control you. They want you unbalanced, because balance creates clarity. And clarity, that's dangerous. So choose it. Choose the edge. Walk the blade. Not because it's easy, but because it's the path of someone who refuses to be ruled by emotion or chaos. Balance is not weakness. It is the calm hand of a warrior who knows when to strike and when to wait. Lesson 5. Forge your purpose. Existentialism. Dark truth. Life is meaningless until you give it meaning. And if you don't, the world will give you one. Small, hollow, and not your own. The lie. Meaning will find you. You've been told to find your purpose, as if it's a gift wrapped somewhere in the world, waiting to be discovered. No, there is nothing waiting for you. There is no map, no blueprint, no divine whisper that tells you why you were born. You weren't given meaning. You were given the burden and the privilege of creating it. The philosophy, freedom with no guardrails. Existentialism doesn't coddle. It doesn't pat you on the back and say, everything happens for a reason. It looks you dead in the eye and says, the universe owes you nothing, but you can still create everything. When Nietzsche said, he who has a why to live for can bear almost any how, he was handing you a sword, not to fight others, but to carve your purpose from the void. You see, the horror of existence is also its beauty. Nothing is predetermined. You are free, utterly, terrifyingly. And what you do with that freedom will define everything. The crisis, drift or forge. Without a purpose, you will drift. Into addictions, into distractions, into other people's dreams, into a job you hate, a life that bores you, and a death no one notices. A life without purpose is not just dull, it's dangerous. Because when nothing matters, everything tempts you to waste it. But when your purpose is real, when it's raw, you become anchored, grounded, unshakable. Storms don't sway you. Failure doesn't define you. Pain becomes fuel. Because you know why you're here. Objective. Create a why that makes you bleed with intention. This isn't about some cheesy vision board. This is about staring into the black hole of existence and saying, here's what I'm doing with this life, no matter what. Your why isn't for Instagram. It's for the nights when you're broken and still choose to rise. It's for the mornings when there's no applause, no motivation, just grit. It's the reason you keep going when nothing else makes sense. Actions. Forge your purpose in the fire. 1. Write your why manifesto. Lock yourself in a room. Turn off the noise. Ask yourself the hard question. If I removed every lie I've believed about success, identity, and expectations, what would I still want to live for? Write it down. Bleed onto the page. Don't make it pretty. Make it true. Make it hurt a little. That's how you know it's yours. Your why manifesto should terrify you, because it calls out the version of you that's hiding. 2. Review and realign. Weekly. Create a ritual. Every week, read your why manifesto out loud. Then ask, what actions this week aligned with this purpose? What actions betrayed it? What do I need to change immediately? Your purpose doesn't live in your mind. It lives in your calendar. If your schedule doesn't reflect your why, then your life doesn't either. 3. Use purpose as your compass. Every time you face resistance or indecision, ask, does this move me closer to my purpose or pull me further from it? This is your sword. Use it to cut through the fog. You don't need motivation. You need alignment. Reflection. Prompt. Strip away the masks. If no one was watching, would I still be living this life? Would I still dress this way? Still work this job? Still chase these goals? Or have I been performing someone else's script, afraid to write my own? This question is the knife. Let it cut. Let it bleed out. Everything that isn't you. Bonus ritual. The deathbed test. Close your eyes. Picture yourself at the end. It's over. There are no more chances to change. You're about to fade. Ask, did I live for something real? Did I build a life that meant something to me? Would I do it again? If the answer is no, then now is your moment. Not tomorrow, not next month. Now, meaning is not given. It is forged. Most people are sleepwalking toward death, chained to narratives they never questioned. But not you. You are the anomaly, the fire, the architect. You were not made to drift. You were made to forge meaning in the dark. And once you do, no storm, no failure, no loss can break you. Because you have a why, and that makes you unbreakable. Lesson 6. Let go or be dragged. Buddhist non-attachment. Dark truth. What you cling to owns you, and eventually, it'll destroy you. The lie. If you hold on tighter, you'll be safe. We all want control, so we grip. People, habits, money, routines, identities. We convince ourselves, if I don't let go, Nothing can fall apart. But the universe doesn't work that way. Everything is temporary. Everything you love will change. Everything you are will fade. And the harder you hold on, the more it hurts when it slips through your fingers. Clinging is not strength. It's fear dressed in armor. The philosophy: non-attachment is not indifference. It's liberation. When Buddha said attachment is the root of suffering, he wasn't saying don't love. He wasn't saying don't feel. He was saying, stop letting impermanent things define your sense of self. Non-attachment doesn't mean you don't care. It means you don't depend. You don't worship the outcome. You don't sell your peace to things you were never meant to own. True freedom is when your happiness no longer hinges on external validation, possession, or permanence. That's when nothing can be taken from you, because you've already let it go. The cage. You are owned by what you refuse to release. Think about it. That relationship you can't stop replaying in your head. That title you built your entire identity around. That fear of losing control, success, appearance, comfort. It owns you. It puppeteers your behavior. You shape your choices around keeping it, preserving it, or getting it back. And in doing so, you become a slave to something that was never yours to begin with. Objective: loosen the grip, reclaim your power. You can't control everything. You're not supposed to. Your job is to live fully, love deeply, act with intention, and then let go. Let go of the outcome. Let go of the image. Let go of the fantasy that things will stay the same. And in that letting go, something strange happens. You stop suffering. You start breathing. You stop reacting. You start creating. Actions. Practice letting go before life forces it. 1. Identify 3 attachments you fear losing. Write them down. Be honest. What are the things, people, or illusions you cling to for dear life? Examples: a relationship that's already fractured. The identity of being successful. Comfort zones that feel like home, but chain you in place. The validation you chase online. The illusion that you're in control. These are your anchors, and they're heavy. 2. Practice micro-detachment. Each day, choose one small thing to let go of. It could be not checking social media for a day, skipping a comfort food, allowing someone to be upset with you without defending yourself, letting a plan fall apart without trying to control it. This isn't self-punishment. This is resilience training. Little by little, you build the muscle of surrender. So when life rips something from your hands, you don't shatter. You exhale. 3rd, meditate 10 minutes a day on impermanence. Sit, breathe, watch your thoughts. Let them pass like clouds. Watch the feeling rise, fear, desire, anxiety, and don't grab it. Let it drift. The truth is, you are not your thoughts. You are the one watching them. That space between you and your emotions. That's your power. Reflection. Prompt. Peel back the illusion. What would I be without the things I cling to? If I lost the title, the relationship, the approval, would I still know who I am? Am I living, or am I preserving an identity built on fear of loss? Sit with this question. Write until it hurts, until the answer cracks something open. That's how you know you're getting close to the truth. Bonus ritual: burn the rope. Take a piece of paper. Write down one thing you've been clinging to. Something that owns you, that whispers to you in the dark, that defines your worth without asking permission. Burn it. Watch it vanish. Breathe in the space it leaves behind. Do it again next week, until nothing owns you but your own presence. Letting go is not weakness. It is mastery. The world tells you to hold on, to grip harder, to wrap your identity around things that cannot last. But the path to freedom is not through control. It's through release. Because when you let go, you don't lose power. You become it. You are not your attachment. You are not your loss. You are the one who stands after it's all gone. The one who remains. Let go or be dragged. The choice is yours. Lesson 7. Chase the ideal. Plato's forms. Dark truth. You are only scratching the surface of who you could become. Not because you lack potential, but because you stopped reaching for what can never be fully held. The illusion. You're good enough. You've achieved some things. You've grown. You've healed. You've improved from who you were 5 years ago. But here's the trap. You confuse progress with completion. You start settling into comfort. You think growth has a finish line. You tell yourself, I've done enough. That's how people die before they're buried. Not because they failed, but because they stopped becoming. The philosophy. There is a perfect form, and you must chase it. Plato believed that the world we see is a shadow of the world that truly exists. Truth, beauty, goodness, strength, wisdom. These aren't just words. They are forms, perfect ideals that exist beyond this physical world. We never fully reach them. But the point isn't to reach. The point is to pursue. The ideal you, the highest, purest version of your potential, is not some motivational fantasy. It is a standard, a direction, a reason to keep climbing, even when the summit disappears into the clouds. To chase the ideal is to live in constant, intentional evolution. To wake up and say, I will never be finished, but I will always be rising. The dagger. You already know who you could be. You're just afraid of it. The greatest version of you doesn't exist in mystery. You already see glimpses of it. In the discipline you avoid, in the love you sabotage, in the power you silence to keep others comfortable, in the courage you drown in excuses. You know who you could become, and that's what haunts you. Not failure, but the ghost of your potential, standing silently in the corner, watching you live a fraction of the life you were built for. Objective. Relentlessly pursue the highest within you. You don't need more hacks. You don't need more motivation. You need a North Star. A vision so clear and demanding that it sets every standard in your life. That's what this lesson is. Not a goal, a way of being. Actions. Step into the form. 1. Create your form list. Define the highest version of yourself in these 3 eternal categories. Truth. What does radical honesty look like in my thoughts, speech, and actions? Where am I lying to others or to myself? Beauty. What would it mean to create, live, and move in a way that inspires and uplifts? How can I bring grace, style, and order to my body, my words, my space? Goodness. What does it mean to act with integrity, even when no one's watching? How do I serve, protect, and lead with purpose? Write these answers like commandments. This is your code, your invisible crown. 2. 1 hour a week as your ideal self. Pick a time. 1 hour where you live fully as the highest version of yourself. Not trying, not planning. Being. Speak how they would speak. Dress how they would dress. Think, move, and create as if you are already them. Do this enough times, and you won't be pretending anymore. 3rd shift. The question, from easy to aligned. From now on, erase this question from your life. Is this easy? Replace it with, does this move me toward my ideal self? That is now your compass. If it doesn't move you forward, it's a distraction, no matter how pleasurable it feels. Reflection prompt. Face the standard. What would it look like to embody the greatest version of me every single day? What would I no longer tolerate? What would I begin today with no hesitation? Who would I be if I stopped betraying my potential? You don't need to become someone else. You need to stop avoiding who you already are, beneath the fear, the doubt, the layers of societal noise. Bonus ritual. Converse with your future self. Each week, write a letter from your ideal self to your current self. Let them speak. Let them correct you. Let them guide you. Then reply. Make this a conversation until your two voices become one. You were not built to be comfortable. You were built to become. The pursuit of the ideal is not about perfection. It's about direction. You may never fully become your highest self, but the act of chasing them every day is what keeps you alive. That chase is where honor is forged. That chase is where the real you waits. Not in who you are, but in who you refuse to stop becoming. So chase the form, chase the fire, and leave the shadows behind. Lesson 8. Integrate the Warrior Philosopher. Dark truth. Wisdom alone is worthless. Knowing the path means nothing if you don't walk it with blood on your boots. The trap. Consuming without transforming. You've read the quotes. You've studied the masters. You've journaled. You've highlighted. You've nodded in understanding. But here's the question that separates the curious from the powerful. Are you living it? Are you different now? Or are you just smarter? With the same habits, same fears, same patterns. Knowledge is just a mirror. Action is the flame that makes it real. The world doesn't need more thinkers. It needs embodied wisdom. People who live the philosophy, not those who admire it from a safe distance. The archetype. Become the warrior philosopher. The Stoics, the existentialists, the Buddhists, the titans of truth. They didn't pursue wisdom to appear enlightened. They studied to survive, to endure, to sharpen their souls like blades. They weren't soft. They weren't gentle. They were dangerous thinkers. Philosophers in the morning. Warriors by night. That's your final transformation. To not just learn the fire, but to become the flame. The philosophy. Embodied wisdom. Lived truth. Ruthless alignment. Each of the 7 lessons before this was a weapon. Now it's time to wield them. You must integrate. Fuse mind with behavior. Turn insight into instinct. Turn principles into reflex. This is how you become dangerous. Not because you know more, but because you live what others merely quote. Objective. Fuse these ideas into unbreakable action. This lesson is not about more. It's about distillation. It's about burning away the excess until only the essential remains. A code. A creed. A life built on non-negotiable truth. Actions. Turn philosophy into a code. You bleed for. First, revisit the fire. Go back to your notes, journals, reflections from the past 7 lessons. Read every line you wrote when you were honest. When you cracked. Highlight the lines that changed you. Underline the moments where something shifted. That's your real curriculum. That's your wisdom. Burn everything else. 2. Create your daily code of conduct. Write a personal creed. 3 to 5 lines. Simple, relentless, yours. Example: I control only what's mine. Everything else can burn. I turn pain into power. No excuses. I seek truth over comfort. Always. I balance the blade. I walk the edge. I am not what I own. I am what I endure. Recite it every morning. Live it every hour. Let it carve your identity into bone. 3. Share one lesson with one person. Find someone, friend, stranger, online follower, journal page. Teach them one idea from this path, not to impress, but to solidify your transformation. Teaching makes it real. It pulls the knowledge from thought into language, and from language into legacy. You can't just consume wisdom, you must create with it. Reflection. Prompt. Face the mirror with fire. Have I just consumed wisdom, or have I become the kind of person who lives it? What would someone who fully embodied this philosophy look like today? Would they hesitate? Would they numb themselves? Would they negotiate their standards? Am I that person, or just preparing to be? This is not judgment. It's a call to alignment. Bonus ritual: the Embodiment Challenge. For 1 week, pick one lesson each day and live it fully. Monday, practice radical indifference, Stoicism. Tuesday, lean into discomfort, Nietzsche. Wednesday, question everything, Socratic method. Thursday, seek balance, Golden Mean. Friday, act only from your why, Existentialism. Saturday, let go of expectations, non-attachment. Sunday, live as your ideal self, Plato. Journal at the end of each day. What changed? What resisted? Who did I become? This is your rite of passage, your battle test. Philosophy without action is a corpse. You've learned, you've reflected, you've awakened. But now comes the part most people never reach: integration. Will you go back to sleep? Or will you build a life so sharp, so honest, so intentional, that even your presence becomes a challenge to the status quo? Because the true warrior philosopher doesn't speak truth. They walk it. Every step, every scar, every breath. So pick up the code, sharpen the lessons, and become the one who lives what others only preach. Your war is not over, but now you are finally armed. To the returning grim-face warriors, you already know what this is. You've walked through the storms. You've faced the mirror. You've taken the pain, the truth, the fire, and you've used it to build something real. You don't just watch this content, you live it. And because of that, the world around you is already changing. Because when one person stands tall with honor, they give others permission to rise too. Thank you for walking this path with us. Relentless, ruthless, real. And to those just arriving, you felt it, haven't you? That pull, that quiet rebellion inside. The part of you that knows you were made for more than obedience, more than self-pity, more than surviving a life that doesn't reflect your truth. This movement, Grim Face, is for the ones who dare to rebuild themselves from the ashes. It's for those who want to better the world, not through noise, but through example, through self-respect, through discipline, through honor. We don't preach perfection here. We walk the edge. We take the hits, and we rise, with fire in our chest and our head held high. So if you're ready to stop performing and start becoming, if you're done with the masks, the excuses, the waiting, then join us. Not just as a viewer, but as a warrior. The Grim Face movement is growing, and we don't just want to change ourselves. We're here to challenge the world to rise with us. Stand tall, live true, carry the fire, We'll see you in the next battle. When we were kids, we didn't know what strength looked like. Not really. We saw it in movies. We saw it in characters. Fictional men, shaped from scripts, lit by Hollywood. Rocky, Barnes, Jack on the stand yelling about truth. They weren't real, but damn, they felt real. Because when you're growing up with nothing, no structure, no guidance, no father, no direction, you start reaching for something, anything. And if that means believing in a fictional warrior, so be it. We needed someone to show us what it looked like, what being a man felt like. So we watched, and we took notes. And deep down we said, maybe I could be like that. Not all at once, not now, but maybe one day. And that hope, that little flicker of fantasy, became the spark that would burn for years. We weren't looking at movie stars. We were staring at blueprints. Blueprints of men we swore we'd become. 2, what it really looks like. But then, reality hits. Because nobody tells you what it really looks like to become that man. It's not a boxing ring with crowds cheering your name. It's not a courtroom with a righteous speech. No, it's a dungeon. It's silence. It's you. Alone. Fighting demons nobody else can see. Holding the key to the cell you locked yourself inside of. Too scared to open the door. See? Everyone talks about growth like it's this inspirational journey. But growth, real growth, starts in misery. It starts when the lights are off, when no one's watching, and the only sound is your own breath shaking in the dark. You want to become something great? You want to become the man you imagined? Then prepare to suffer. Because this path, it doesn't start with confidence. It starts with discipline. And discipline isn't pretty. Discipline is the voice that whispers keep going when your mind is screaming quit. Discipline is the routine that never bends, even when you're broken. 3rd obsession. Over motivation. Motivation is fleeting. Motivation dies with one bad night's sleep. It vanishes with the first cold wind, the first missed alarm, the first excuse. But obsession is fire. When you're obsessed, you don't need motivation. You don't need praise. You don't need someone patting you on the back saying, "Good job," because the voice inside your head is louder than the world outside. And that voice is hungry. That voice says, burn it all down until there's nothing left but what you were meant to become. Obsession will make you a stranger. Obsession will make you misunderstood. People will look at you like you're broken. Good. Let them stare. Let them wonder. Let them talk. Because while they're gossiping, you're grinding. While they're sleeping, you're building. While they're praying for results, you're becoming the result. 4, no one's coming. Nobody's coming to save you. Let that sink in. No coach, no mentor, no inspirational podcast, no weekend seminar. Nothing is coming that will replace the work you're avoiding. You already have the key. You always had it. But you don't want to use it. You want to talk about your dreams without living the nightmare it takes to earn them. You want the physique without the pain. You want the business without the blood. You want the respect without going to war with yourself first. No, you don't need a plan. You need war. You need to go to battle with your own weakness. You need need to declare war on the lies you tell yourself. You need to burn down the fake version of you, so the real one can rise from the ashes. V, the dungeon of discipline. This isn't a movie. There's no theme music playing while you struggle. No one's going to document this. Discipline doesn't feel heroic. It feels like a mental breakdown at 4 a.m. when the world is sleeping. It feels like running on torn knees and frozen lungs. It feels like repeating the same boring reps, same meals, same silence. For years. Nobody claps for consistency. Nobody cheers for the grind. They only clap when the results show up. But by then, you won't care anymore, because the applause will never mean as much as the war you went through to earn it. Sixth, rebuilding from nothing. I didn't just build myself. I unbuilt myself first. You can't stack bricks on a broken foundation. You can't become something real until you destroy every lie you have been living. I had to strip myself down to nothing. I had to stare in the mirror and own it. The weakness, the fear, the excuses, the fake bravado. I tore it all away until there was nothing left but the raw material. And then, I rebuilt. One workout at a time. One journal entry at a time. One day of silence. One moment of suffering. One rep. One failure. I didn't look for peace. I looked for the war, because I knew only the war could make me. The internal dialogue. People ask me, what do you say to yourself in those dark moments? Nothing. There's no motivational speech going on up there. There's just the voice that says, stay. Stay in the suck. Stay in the pain. Stay in the discomfort. Stay. Because running never made anyone stronger. It's not about being fearless. It's about facing your fear, unarmed, unprepared, and walking into it anyway. It's about choosing pain, because peace without power is worthless. The science of focus and fire. You think dopamine is some reward that comes after success? No. Dopamine is what keeps you going. It's what tells your brain, you're on the right path. Keep walking. But most people never feel it. Why? Because they never stay long enough in the fire. They never learn how to focus. The agitation, the discomfort, the stress you feel when you sit down to work, to train, to grind. That's your brain warming up. That's the entry point to flow. But people feel that pain and they quit. They assume the struggle means they're failing. No. It means you're starting. It means you're doing it right. That's what it's supposed to feel like. And when you hit a milestone, even a small one, your brain releases dopamine, pushing the fatigue back, giving you more gas in the tank. But only if you stay in it. Only if you earn it. Ninth, it's you versus you. You keep looking left and right, comparing, judging, scrolling. Stop. This isn't a race against her. This isn't a fight against him. This is you versus you. You're fighting the version of you that wants to quit. The version of you that hits snooze. The version of you that looks for comfort in excuses. Kill that version. Burn it. And let something stronger rise from the ashes. 10. The ownership mindset. Most people rent their mind. They let others occupy their thoughts. They let doubt move in. They let fear take the keys. But me, I own mine. I made the down payment with blood. I pay the mortgage with discipline. And every day I put in the work, I build equity. I don't let anyone live rent-free in my head anymore. No doubt. No insecurity. No past. I own my mind now. And no one's taking that from me. 11th. Go to war. Find peace. You want peace? Then go to war. You don't get peace by hiding. You don't get peace by numbing yourself. You get peace by earning it. You get peace by dragging every piece of pain into the light and saying, I'm not scared of you anymore. That's what I did. And I'll do it again. Because I'm not afraid of the darkness. I am the darkness. 12th, final warning. So you want to be the man you imagined? Then understand this. There's no shortcut, no easy version, no hack, no handout. This is going to hurt. It's going to break you. It's going to stretch you. It's going to feel like death. But if you survive, you'll walk through fire and come out forged in iron, and you'll look in the mirror and see not a character, not a dream, not a fantasy, but the man you imagined, the man you became. Lesson 1. Burn the illusion. Core focus. Confront and destroy the false identity you've been hiding behind. Expose the mask. Crush the fantasy. Let the real you crawl out of the fire. Bloody, honest, and finally free. Introduction. Every single day, you wear a mask. Maybe you smile when you feel empty. Maybe you talk strong but you feel weak. Maybe you've built your whole personality around being the chill guy, the smart one, the funny one, or the broken one. But deep down, you know it's fake. You've stitched together a version of yourself based on what you thought people would accept. Because at some point in your life, you decided that the real you wasn't enough. So you hid. And you've been hiding ever since. That version of you that shows up at work, at parties, online, even in the mirror. That's not you. That's the illusion. It's time to burn it down. The psychological trap. Here's the trap. The longer you wear the mask, the more you believe it's your face. You become attached to your character. You identify with the story you've told so many times. I'm just lazy. I'm not a morning person. I always mess things up. That's just how I am. No, that's not how you are. That's how you've settled. That's the weak narrative you've chosen to repeat until it became a comfort blanket. But that comfort is killing you. Because while the mask may protect you from rejection, it also shields you from growth. You can't evolve while hiding behind fiction. To become the man you imagine, you first have to bury the man you pretend to be. Daily actions. Expanded. 1. Journal about your false self. Be brutal. Write down who you've been pretending to be. Write down how you talk around others, how you tone yourself down, how you inflate your ego. List the lies you repeat, the roles you play. Write what it costs you to keep this illusion alive. Ask, what am I afraid people will see if I stop pretending? Who taught me this false identity? What would happen if I dropped the act? 2. List your favorite excuses. What do you tell yourself when you fail? What do you say when you don't show up? Write them down. All of them. I'm too tired. It's not the right time. I'll start tomorrow. It's just not meant for me. Now cross them out. Burn that page if you have to. Because excuses are the bricks that built the prison you live in. 3. Write down your heroes. Who did you look up to as a kid? As a teen? Now? Were they real or fictional? Batman? Goggins? Your older brother? Some dude in a movie? Write their names. Next to each one, write the traits they had that drew you in. Was it their discipline, their power, their fearlessness, their calm in chaos? Now circle the traits you don't see in yourself yet. That gap between who you are and who you admire. That's your work. Reflection. Ask yourself the hard questions. Why have I been afraid to let the real me show up? What am I avoiding by pretending? What would I have to face if I dropped the illusion? Are you avoiding failure, rejection, criticism, Are you scared that if you really try and still fail, then maybe you're not who you hoped you were? That fear is real, but it's also the signal. Your real self isn't some perfectly sculpted version of you. He's the one you locked in the basement when life got hard. The raw, aggressive, undiluted version. He's angry, he's powerful, and he's waiting to take control. Let him out. Real world challenge. This one's going to feel like death, but it's necessary. 1. Tell one person something real. Pick one person in your life. Friend, partner, mentor, stranger. Doesn't matter. Tell them one true thing you've been hiding. A fear, a failure, a weakness. Why? Because truth is the first swing of the axe that shatters the mask. 2. Shatter the illusion in public. Do one thing publicly that goes against your persona. If you're the quiet one, speak your mind. If you're the joker, talk about your pain. If you're the broken one, show strength. It doesn't have to be big. It just has to hurt. Because pain is the doorway. Discomfort is the hammer. And truth is the match that sets your false self on fire. 3. Face the mirror. For real. Stand in front of the mirror. Look into your own eyes. And say, I've been pretending, but I'm done hiding. Mean it. Don't look away. You can lie to the world, but don't you dare lie to yourself. Not anymore. This is where it begins. You want to become the man you imagined? Then kill the character you've been acting like. Step into the fire. Let it melt away the fiction. Let it burn the comfort. Let it break you down, so you can finally rebuild. This is lesson 1. Burn the illusion. Because you can't build a kingdom if your foundation is a lie. Lesson 2. Declare war. Core focus. Set the tone. This isn't self-improvement. This is war, and your enemy is already inside the gates. It's the weak version of you. The coward, the liar, the quitter. And the only way forward is through battle. Introduction. Let's get one thing clear. You are not here to heal gently. You are not here to wait for transformation. You are not here to feel better. You're here to go to war. And not with the world. With yourself. The soft version. The fake version. The one that makes promises but never delivers. The one who says, I'll start Monday. The one who taps out when it gets hard. The one who's addicted to comfort, validation, and illusion. That version of you? He dies now. This is not a 30-day cleanse. This is not a life coach slogan. This is not a morning affirmation. This is war. And war demands a warrior. The purpose of the war. You don't go to war because you hate what's in front of you. You go to war because you refuse to bow to what's inside you. You've lived too long under the rule of the weak. You've surrendered to hesitation. You've fed the voice of doubt. You've made peace with a version of yourself that is less than you could be. No more. From this day forward, you must declare yourself enemy number 1 and go after everything inside you that holds you back with merciless intent. Because only when the weak self dies, does the strong one rise. Daily actions. 1. Write your declaration of war. Get a journal. Not your notes app. A physical book. This is your battle log now. Open it and title the first page. Declaration of war. Then write the following. I declare war on the version of myself that... Finish the sentence. Be ruthless. Be specific. Declare war on laziness, on fear, on shame, on insecurity, on guilt. Declare war on the lies you've been whispering to yourself in the dark. Make it visceral. Make it real. This page becomes your first act of rebellion. 2. Design a morning routine that begins with discomfort. You want to own the day? You start by destroying the illusion that comfort is your friend. Cold showers, not optional. Early wake-ups, before the sun, no phone for the first 60 minutes. Face the silence, movement, sweat, stillness, reading, something that puts pressure on you. Make this your ritual of war. Every morning, rise like a soldier preparing for battle, not a civilian waiting for convenience. Because if the first thing you do every day is choose discomfort, you've already won a war before the rest of the world wakes up. 3. Create a non-negotiable discipline ritual. Pick something you will do every day no matter what. It doesn't have to be massive, but it must be unbreakable. 100 push-ups, 1 mile run, 20 minutes of journaling, 10 pages of a book, 10 minutes of meditation, making your bed with precision. This is your daily sacrifice to discipline. No exceptions, no justifications, no negotiation. This is how warriors are forged, not by intensity, but by consistency under fire. Reflection. Let's talk about your enemy. He's not out there. He's in here, with you, right now. What does he look like? Picture him. Your soft twin. Your shadow self. What's his posture? His tone of voice? What does he say when the alarm goes off? What does he whisper when it's time to push? It's okay to skip today. No one will know. You've earned a break. You're just tired. You've been through a lot. Maybe this isn't for you. This voice wears compassion like a mask, but make no mistake. That is the voice of sabotage. So what do you say back? You don't argue. You don't plead. You don't negotiate. You go silent and move. Because action is your new response to resistance. You don't entertain weakness. You execute discipline. So every time that voice returns, you return with action. And you remind it. You've declared war. Real world challenge. Make it public. Post your declaration of war online. Or tell a friend. Or record it as a video and watch it back every morning. Why? Because secrecy is safety, but exposure is accountability. You need pressure to fuel this fire. Next, commit to your morning discomfort for 7 days straight. Track it. Document it. Make it visible. There are no cheat days in war. Finally, pick one enemy and break it in half. If laziness is your enemy, then move until you sweat. If fear is your enemy, then do something that terrifies you. If shame is your enemy, then speak your truth in public. Draw blood, because the only way to win this war is to fight it like your life depends on it. This is lesson 2. Declare war. If you want peace, earn it through blood. If you want clarity, find it through chaos. If you want transformation, wage war against the parts of you that wish to remain the same. You've been waiting for change to knock on your door, but change isn't coming. You are the storm. Lesson 3. Enter the dungeon. Core focus. Go where it hurts. Explore your inner dungeon, the mental and emotional tomb you locked your pain inside of. Your past failures, your trauma, your shame. Don't run from it. Walk in, torch in hand, eyes wide open. This is where the monsters live, and it's where your power has been buried alive. You've been avoiding something. You know exactly what it is. It's that moment, that memory, that version of yourself you pretend doesn't exist. You've pushed it down, ignored it, numbed it. You've wrapped it in silence and buried it under distractions. But the truth is this: what you avoid controls you. That trauma you never processed, that failure you pretend doesn't matter, that wound you laugh off, it's still inside you, rotting, and it's poisoning everything. Your relationships, your ambition, your confidence, your identity. You cannot rise above a war you haven't faced. And you cannot become powerful while parts of you remain trapped in the past. So this is where the real work begins. Not outside, inside. You are going to the place you swore you'd never go. You are entering the dungeon. The psychology of suppression. We all carry trauma. Some from childhood, some from betrayal, some from choices we made when we were too weak to fight. We build walls around it. We distract ourselves. We lie. But nothing stays buried forever. Eventually that pain leaks out. Through your anxiety, your addictions, your rage, your fear, through your self-sabotage, your isolation, your imposter syndrome. You wonder why you always quit just before it gets good, why you can't trust people, why you don't feel worthy. It's not random. It's your dungeon speaking, and it's time to answer. Daily actions. 1. Visit your deepest failure or trauma. Write for 20 minutes. No filters. No sugarcoating. No, I'm fine now. Just truth. Ask yourself, what moment in my life changed me in a way I never healed from? What decision still haunts me? When did I feel powerless, abandoned, shamed, destroyed? Write as if no one will ever read it. This is a confession, not a performance. Don't protect your ego. Expose it, because you can't master what you won't confront. 2. Sit in silence for 15 minutes. No music, no phone, no distractions. Just you and the voice in your head you keep trying to outrun. Watch the thoughts. Let them come. Don't suppress anything. Observe your emotions like a hunter stalking prey. At first, it will feel like chaos. Good. That's what you need. You must learn to sit in your own pain without numbing it. Only then can you understand its message. 3. Identify your self-defeating patterns. Where do you always fall short? Do you bail when things get hard? Do you push people away? Do you avoid responsibility? Do you distract yourself with entertainment, vices, fantasy? Draw a map of your self-destruction. Where it starts, how it grows, how it wins. Then ask yourself, what is this pattern protecting me from? The answer will lead you straight to your dungeon. Reflection. Ask yourself, what scars still own you? Close your eyes and think about the memory you've buried the deepest. What comes up? A name? A face? A feeling? Where do you still feel guilt? Shame? Powerlessness? What part of your story do you refuse to look at? That's your dungeon. That's your task. You don't heal by forgetting. You heal by remembering with strength. You don't escape the darkness by ignoring it. You escape it by walking through it, unafraid, unflinching, and absolutely resolved to come back with something real. Real-world challenge. Return to one place or one memory that haunts you. This might be physical. The house where it happened. The neighborhood where you grew up. The place you fell apart. Or it might be emotional. A conversation you've avoided. A person you've ghosted. A secret you've buried. Go back. Not to get stuck in the past, but to reclaim your power from it. Don't flinch. Don't hide. Don't explain. Sit in it. Stand in it. Own it. Because if you can stare your demon in the eye and not break, you just became dangerous. This is lesson 3. Enter the dungeon. This is the moment most people quit. Because this isn't sexy. This isn't Instagram worthy. This is blood work. But if you can walk into your pain voluntarily, if you can sit with it, understand it, and extract meaning from it, you will never be a victim again. The dungeon didn't destroy you. It forged you. And now, you carry the key. Lesson 4. Build the foundation. Core focus. Rebuild from nothing. This is where you stop surviving and start building. Brick by brutal brick. Not who they want you to be, not who you used to be, but the man you were born to become. After the dungeon comes the construction site. You've burned the mask. You've declared war. You've faced the pain buried in your mental tomb. Now what? Now you rebuild from the ground up. And this time, it's not built on emotion, not on hype, not on comfort. It's built on discipline, structure, and rituals that don't break when life hits. You don't become a weapon by accident. You build one. Why most people collapse? Most people want transformation, but they skip this part. They want peak performance without laying a foundation. They want to fly without learning how to stand. They think motivation is enough. They think feeling inspired is a strategy. No. A king without a kingdom is just a delusional dreamer, and a warrior without discipline is just a violent mess. You've seen it in your own life. You grind for a week, then crash. You wake up motivated, then fall apart by lunch. You build momentum and let it slip through your fingers. Why? Because you never built the foundation. This is where that changes. Daily actions. 1. Define your non-negotiables. Non-negotiables are your unbreakable laws. These aren't goals. These are rules. No matter how tired you are, no matter how chaotic life gets, these don't break. Examples. Wake up by 5:30 a.m. 45 minutes of exercise. No phone until after your ritual. 20 minutes of reading daily. Cold shower every morning. No sugar, no excuses. 10 minutes of silence. Choose 3 to 5. Start small. But they must be consistent. They must be uncomfortable. They must be non-negotiable. This is how you anchor identity. This is how you turn values into action. Because without rules, your life will fall apart every time the wind blows. 2. Create a simple, brutal weekly routine. Your life doesn't need more variety. It needs more order. Structure that carves character into your bones. Design a weekly routine that includes set wake up and sleep times, even weekends. Scheduled workouts. Designated reading/study hours. Block time for silence and reflection. Digital blackout zones. Pre-scheduled cheat windows, if any. Put it on your wall, on your fridge, on your mirror. Make your week predictable so you can become unstoppable, and make it brutal. Comfort doesn't build foundation. Pressure does. 3. Design a morning ritual that grounds you in discipline. Your first hour of the day is the launch pad for everything. What does it look like now? Hit snooze, check your phone, stumble through caffeine. That ends here. Your morning ritual is not for the world. It's for you. It's where you remind yourself of your mission before the world distracts you. Example ritual. Wake without snooze. Cold shower. 10-minute silence. Journal 1 page of focus and gratitude. 30 to 60 minutes of movement or reading. No phone. Your ritual must be sacred. It is the temple of your new identity. Because if you can dominate your mornings, you'll start to dominate your life. Reflection. Ask yourself one question and answer it honestly. What does the man you want to become actually do? Not what he says, not what he dreams about, not what he wants to do, but what does he actually do every day? What time does he wake up? How does he treat his body? What does he read? How does he talk to others? How does he talk to himself? What does he do when no one is watching? Now look at your life and see where you fall short. That gap between your actions and your vision, that's the distance between who you are and who you're becoming. And now, you have to close it. Brick by brick. Real world challenge. Stick to your new routine for 7 days. No excuses, no resets, no negotiations. Track it. Hold yourself accountable. And here's the rule. Break equals restart. If you miss a day, you start the 7-day cycle again. Because this isn't about perfection. This is about proving to yourself that you can build something real, something consistent, something difficult, something solid. This is your new foundation. And when you build it right, it can hold up anything. This is lesson 4. Build the foundation. This is the turning point where the dream becomes structure, where identity becomes action, where chaos bows to discipline. You're not just fixing your life anymore. You're constructing the man who will own it. No more scattered days. No more drifting. No more waiting for permission. You're the architect now. Pick up your hammer. Lay the bricks. Make it strong. Because everything that's coming next will be built on this. Lesson 5. Obsession over motivation. Core focus. Kill the craving for motivation. It's a drug, a sugar high, a spark that dies with the wind. You don't need another hit of hype. You need an obsession. A goal that isn't just something you want. It's something you serve. You want greatness? Then make your goal a religion. Here's the truth. Motivation is for tourists. It's for people who dabble, who flirt with greatness but never commit, who get inspired, take one step, then disappear the second life punches back. Motivation feels good. It's addictive, but it's also fragile. It dies when you're tired. It quits when you're scared. It hides when no one's watching. But obsession doesn't ask how you feel. Obsession doesn't care what time it is. Obsession is hunger without end. Obsession is when your goal becomes the lens you see the world through. Every action, every choice, every breath is a sacrifice to the fire. This isn't just about reaching a dream. This is about becoming possessed by it. Why obsession is misunderstood. They told you obsession is unhealthy, that you need balance, that you need rest. But here's what they won't tell you. Nobody great was ever balanced. The greatest athletes, artists, inventors, warriors, kings, they were all obsessed. They were called crazy, extreme, unstable. They were misunderstood until they weren't. You don't need balance right now. You need domination. You need to bend your reality around your purpose until you no longer fit inside a normal life. The world doesn't need another well-adjusted, lukewarm, kind of interested man. It needs someone so on fire that even in the dark, he glows. Daily action. 1. Create a vision wall. You need a visual battlefield. Something you see every single day that reminds you what the war is for. Use images of what you are building. Body, business, life. Quotes that slap you in the mouth. Names of people you want to prove wrong or right. Symbols that make you feel dangerous again. Put it where you can't avoid it. Bathroom mirror, bedroom wall, home gym, office. This is your temple of obsession. Every time your mind drifts, this wall pulls it back. 2. Schedule a daily 1-hour obsession hour. 1 hour. Every day. No phone, no noise, no comfort, no distractions. This hour is not optional. It's sacred. You use it to build your goal. Train. Write. Build and learn. Plan. Execute. Even if you don't feel like it. Especially if you don't feel like it. If you can't give 1 hour a day to the life you claim to want, then you don't want it. You're just curious. And curiosity won't save you when the storm hits. 3. Practice mental repetition. Sit for 10 to 15 minutes a day and visualize the man you're becoming. See him walk. See how he talks. See what he wears. Watch him execute with precision. Watch him dominate situations. Watch how the world reacts to him and how he doesn't flinch. Burn that image into your nervous system. So when the time comes to show up, you already are him. This isn't daydreaming. This is mental blueprinting, because the body will follow where the mind already lives. Reflection. Ask yourself the real question. Are you truly obsessed or just curious? Do you schedule your dream like a meeting, or do you chase it like a hunt? Do you dabble when it's convenient, or do you sacrifice when it's painful? Do you get inspired when things are going well, or do you show up when you're bleeding? You say you want it, but does your life prove it? Are you prepared to sacrifice comfort, popularity, and normalcy for this mission? Are you ready to be misunderstood, labeled, feared, or left behind to become someone no one saw coming? That's obsession, and it's the price of greatness. Real-world challenge. Cancel one comfort activity and replace it with fire. Pick one thing you waste time on. Netflix, social media, video games, junk food, alcohol, pointless scrolling, gossip, endless YouTube loops. Kill it. Not forever, but for now. Sacrifice it on the altar of obsession. Replace it with 1 hour of training, 1 hour of focused deep work, 1 hour of strategy, 1 hour of building your future. You don't find time, you make it. And your obsessions are revealed by what you make time for. Don't say it's important to you. Prove it. This is lesson 5. Obsession over motivation. This is where your mission becomes your identity, where the fire becomes permanent, where you stop wanting it and start living it. You're not looking for sparks anymore. You're becoming the furnace. From this point forward, your life is no longer random. It is deliberate, directed, and dangerous. You are no longer hoping for success. You're hunting it with everything you've got, because you didn't come this far to dip your toe in the fire. Lesson 6. Own the pain. Core focus. Rewire your relationship with pain. Not avoid it. Not numb it. Own it. Because until you own pain, pain owns you. Use it. Feed on it. Become something more than human in its presence. Because most people run, and you won't. You've been lied to. You were told pain is a problem, a warning sign, a malfunction, a reason to stop. You were taught to escape it, to fear it, to medicate it. But here's the reality. Pain is not your enemy. Pain is your coach. It is the drill sergeant of transformation. It is the compass of the warrior. You cannot evolve without it. You cannot build a new version of yourself without burning the old one. And fire hurts. But the man you want to become, he's waiting on the other side of pain, and you'll never reach him if you keep turning back. Why pain is the doorway. Every great change in your life came through pain. The breakup, the failure, the betrayal, the loss, the humiliation. In that moment, it felt like destruction. But now, looking back, it was instruction. It woke you up. It stripped away your illusions. It made you focus. It made you move. You didn't grow when things were easy. You grew because something hurt enough to make you change. So why keep waiting for pain to find you? Why not go find it? Make pain your classroom. Make discomfort your daily curriculum. Study the parts of yourself that cry when it gets hard. That's where the gold is buried. Daily actions, expanded. 1. Track moments of discomfort and how you respond. Start a pain response log. Every time you feel yourself get uncomfortable, mentally, physically, emotionally, Stop and write it down. What triggered it? What did your mind say? What was your automatic reaction? Did you push forward or escape? What story did you tell yourself to justify it? Awareness is the first form of ownership. Most people don't even realize how fast they run from pain. But when you track it, study it, dissect it, you take its power away. 2. Do one difficult thing daily. Every day, do something that sucks. Run in the cold. Take a cold shower. Lift heavy. Skip a meal. Say no to a craving. Face a fear. Confront someone respectfully. Do the boring task you've been avoiding. Meditate when your brain screams for stimulation. Make pain a practice, not an accident. You're not being punished. You're training. You're building calluses on your soul. 3. Begin a live autopsy journal. This is not a diary. This is a dissection. A daily live autopsy means you document your pain in real time. Not just what hurt, but what it taught you. Ask, what was exposed today? What weakness did the pain reveal? What lie about myself got crushed today? How did I respond? And what did I learn from that? This is your lab, your war journal, your dark gospel. And over time, you'll stop writing like a victim and start writing like a surgeon. Reflection. Expanded. Where do you back off? Where in your life do you pull away the second it gets hard? When your legs burn? When your ego gets bruised? When someone calls you out? When you're asked to sit in silence and face your truth? Track it. Own it. Challenge it. Now ask, what has pain taught you that comfort never could? Think of the most painful experiences in your life. Now finish these sentences. That pain taught me to oridori. That pain showed me I was capable of oridori. That pain killed the version of me that pain forced me to start over. That pain reminded me I needed to. These are your pain profits. Most people get pain and leave with nothing. But you're going to get pain and leave with power. Real world challenge. Push your limits in a controlled way. Pick one area of your life, mental or physical, and test the boundary. If you run 3 miles, run 4. If you fast for 12 hours, go 16. If you train for 30 minutes, do 45. If you're afraid of confrontation, have the conversation. If you're scared to speak your truth, say it out loud. This isn't recklessness. This is intentional suffering. It's how you redefine your limits. Because here's the truth. Your body gives up long after your mind does. Your potential doesn't die from exhaustion. It dies from hesitation. Your future isn't killed by pain. It's killed by fear of pain. So start proving to yourself that pain is not the end. It's the gateway. Lesson 7. Eliminate the noise. Core focus. Cut the distractions. Reclaim your mind. Silence the world. If you want to hear your inner voice, you need to shut the rest of them up. The world is screaming, louder than ever, and it's time to pull the plug. The battlefield isn't just in the gym, or your job, or your past. It's right here, in your mind. And the enemy? It's noise, distractions, notifications, comparison, chaos, dopamine hits disguised as information, voices in your head that were never yours, echoes of people who don't live your life, trying to control it anyway. You can't focus because you're too busy reacting. You can't think because your thoughts aren't even your own anymore. You want peace? You want power? Then it's time to go dark and take your mind back. Why silence is a weapon? You've been trained to believe that silence is weakness. That stillness means you're lazy. That rest means you're falling behind. No. Silence is clarity. Stillness is strength. Focus is a weapon. The world doesn't want you thinking clearly. Because when you think clearly, you start asking questions. You stop obeying. You start choosing. And the system falls apart when men start choosing. So what do? They flood you with noise. Scroll this. Watch that. Click here. Argue with them. Compare yourself to him. Be like her. Stay plugged in. Every beep, every post, every headline, stealing a fraction of your mind until there's nothing left but fragments and no room for you. That ends now. Daily actions. 1. Limit phone and social media to 30 minutes per day. Track it. Log it. Be militant. You're not just limiting screen time. You're training your brain to stop chasing instant hits of useless stimulation. No mindless scrolling. No rabbit holes. No comparing. No clickbait. No content unless it feeds your mission. This is mental fasting. The withdrawal symptoms are real because you've been drugged by digital comfort. But like any addiction, it fades with starvation. Starve the noise. Feed the mission. Second practice. 1 hour of deep work. 1 hour. Every day. No phone. No music. No background podcasts. No ambient noise. Just you and the work. Reading. Writing. Creating. Building. Solving problems. Strategizing. Whatever brings you closer to mastery. Make that hour sacred. This is where the real edge is found. In total focus. In silence. In sovereignty. 3. Cut one toxic voice from your life. Permanently. You already know who it is. The friend. The influencer. The coworker. The parent. The podcast. The feed. The one who makes you doubt yourself. The one who drains your energy. The one who confuses your purpose. The one who lives rent-free in your head. Cut them out. No half measures. No silent toleration. No mental squatters. You are the landlord of your mind. And if they don't pay rent in truth, clarity, or value, they're evicted. Reflection. Who owns your headspace? Really? Is it your phone? Is it your past? Is it someone who doubted you? Is it a person you're trying to impress? Or a ghost you're trying to escape? What price have you paid for letting them in? Lost time? Lost ambition? Lost self-trust? Now ask yourself this. What could you build if your mind was finally yours again? No noise. No doubt. No distraction. Just a man. In control. Unbothered. Unshakable. That's not a fantasy. That's what happens when the static dies. And you rise. Real-world challenge. Take a 24-hour digital detox. No phone. No computer. No screens. No TV. No input. Just you and your thoughts. Go for a walk. Write. Train. Read a physical book. Sit in silence. Think. Listen to your breathing. Face the boredom. And observe what rises. The fear. The need to escape. The chaos in your own head. Don't flinch. This is you, face to face with yourself. Do it once, and you'll realize how loud the world is, and how much power you reclaim when you silence it. Lesson 8. Forge the identity. Core focus. You're not just improving. You're not just getting better, stronger, faster. You're becoming. This is identity alchemy. The fire, the pain, the grind. It's not just shaping your habits. It's reprogramming your soul. The goal now is not to act like the man you want to be. It's to become him. In thought. In action. In presence. This is the forge. And you're not walking out the same. Self-help ends here. This isn't about reading another book. It's not about stacking more habits. It's not about trying harder. You've burned the illusion, declared war, faced your demons, built your foundation, rewired your mind, tamed the noise, and owned the pain. Now it's time to stop building and start embodying. Because the final stage of transformation isn't about doing more. It's about becoming someone else entirely. You've been forged. Now it's time to wear the armor. Why identity is the final lock and the master key. Every action you take is a vote for the man you believe yourself to be. And every time you act out of alignment with that man, you fracture the mirror. You say, I want to be disciplined. But you snooze the alarm. I want to be powerful. But you stay silent. I want to be focused. But you scroll. No, that ends here. Because your actions are not just tasks. They are declarations. They are contracts. You don't become a wolf by barking. You become a wolf by biting, bleeding, hunting, and howling in the silence until it becomes your nature. This is the lesson where words die and identity lives. Daily actions. 1. Write your new identity in the present tense. This is your war creed. This is who you are, not who you're trying to be. Examples. I am relentless. I am a man of brutal discipline. I am forged by fire, focused by silence, and fueled by purpose. I don't need comfort. I thrive in adversity. I am no longer who I was. That man is dead. Write your creed every morning. Whisper it before battle. Read it before sleep. Make it a part of your nervous system. This is the spell you cast to summon your future self into the now. 2. Review your past week and rate yourself 1 to 10. No lies. Sit down. Look at your actions. No emotion. No sugarcoating. No, I tried. Ask, did I live like the man I say I am? Did I keep my non-negotiables? Did I push through pain? Or did I flinch? Did I lead? Build? Speak truth? Rate yourself honestly, 1 to 10. If you scored a 6, then own the 6. And fix the gap. The forge does not lie. And the man you're becoming doesn't make excuses. 3. Share your mission publicly. Not to get applause, to seal your fate. Make a post. Tell a friend. Launch the thing. Say the words. Make the vow. When you speak your identity into the world, it becomes real. And you can't hide behind silence anymore. This is identity warfare. And silence is no longer your ally. Only truth is. Reflection. Do your actions reflect the man you say you are becoming? Be honest. What do you tell the world you are? And what do your habits say you are? Are you still performing? Or have you actually transformed? This is where the mask either shatters or hardens into truth. The world doesn't care what you say. It only respects what you prove. So ask yourself, what version of you shows up when no one's watching? That's the real you. That's the version the forge is trying to kill or resurrect. Only you get to decide. Real world challenge. Do something publicly that proves who you've become. This is it. Enter the fight. Launch the business. Post the truth. Burn the backup plan. End the relationship that keeps you small. Sign up for the event that scares you. Speak up in the room where you've been silent. Burn the bridge to your old life. If you don't do something public, visible, and real, you'll slide back into performance, into pretending, into procrastinating your future behind private progress. Private identity will never survive a public storm. You want to know who you are? Step into the light and see who shows up. This is Lesson 8. Forge the identity. The final chapter. Not of the journey, but of who you used to be. You've learned the path. You've bled. You've burned. You've rebuilt. And now, you become. No more planning. No more prepping. No more rehearsing. This is the curtain rise. This is the rebirth. This is the man you built with your own suffering. Stepping forward. Forge the identity Live the creed. Wear the scars as proof. And let the world meet the version of you that cannot be shaken. You didn't just survive the fire. You became it. To the returning warriors, you already know what this is. You've been through the fire. You've bled. You've broken. But you kept showing up. You've burned the lies. You've built the discipline. You've stared into the darkness and walked through it. You are Grimface. Not because life made you hard, but because you chose to become harder than life. Welcome back. And to those of you just arriving, this isn't motivation. This isn't a quick fix. This isn't for the faint of heart. This is a movement for those who are ready to go to war with themselves, to shatter illusions, eliminate weakness, and rise from the ashes with fire in their eyes. So if you're tired of comfort, if you're sick of soft talk and sugar-coated lies, if you're ready to suffer, to evolve, to dominate, then it's time to join the Grimface movement. Subscribe, lock in, and never look back. Because here, we don't smile for the world. We build the face it fears. Grimface. Become the fire.